Okay, I guess we can start. I can see happily that the number of participants is increasing, so this is great. Good morning to everybody participating in this training co-organized by PRIMA organization and the German Society for International Cooperation. Thanks for being with us in this lovely morning, and I hope that you are all having a lovely morning like the one that we are having here in Barcelona. So I hope you will be also enjoying the next coming 3 days with this training and the content that has been professionally designed in order, hopefully, to match the expectation and the outcomes of this training and to match the needs and expectation of your participation in this training. Without any further ado, I will start, or we will start our training with welcoming words from both Mr. Octavi Quintana, the Director of PRIMA Foundation, and Ms. Marià Rodriguez, the Team Leader of Nexus at the German GIZ, or German Society for International Cooperation. So please, Mr. Octavi, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Omar. Good morning to you all. Welcome to this seminar, training seminar, which will take place for 3 days. We'll have 6 sessions, 2 every day. And as you will see in the program is very encompassing. The main topic that we'll be dealing with is not anything really new, but is a way of focusing the management of resources, of scarce resources. All resources are always scarce, but in the Mediterranean, we have especially some challenges that are very important, namely the water, which is very scarce, and the scarcity will be exacerbated by the fact that the demography is increasing substantially. On top of this, the Mediterranean receives 400 million tourists every year, and we know that tourists have a consumption per capita 10 times the consumption of the people staying here. So it is very adding a lot of stress to a resource that is already very scarce. Here if we add to this the problem of the climate change, that the agriculture is using a lot of water in the region, and this is again exacerbated by the climate change. And the climate change also means that the raindrop is decreasing. All these factors make the water as a very stressful resource. Energy is again also very much needed in the region, and the region having a huge potential for renewable energy in the region, and which is not fully developed, especially when we think that a lot of water needs, a lot of the water obtained is through desalination, and desalination needs a lot of energy. So all these sectors are connected, and we cannot have an approach that is sectorial, because since all sectors are connected and they are interdependent, unless we have any intervention looks at all the different sectors as a whole in an integrated way, will not be able to have efficient and effective interventions. So this is very clear, especially in a context of sustainability, that we need to be more sustainable. We need to have policies both in agriculture, in water, in food, in everything, in energy, that are sustainable. And for this, we need to have a completely fresh approach, a different approach, So this is the purpose of this seminar, this training seminar, which is really looking at the interdependencies of all the different sectors. We want PRIMA program to be more and more going away from the sectorial approach, going more and more to a WEFE Nexus approach, so an approach that for which the projects and the ideas that we are developing take into account all the different sectors and the interdependencies, the linkages among the different sectors. So this is very important that we direct our research, our innovation with taking in a conception of a Nexus approach, B, on taking always into account sustainability of all the interventions. And this is the purpose of this seminar, that we go from the more theoretical aspects and we move to more practical from the theory, that the theory is well explained, that we look at the possible models on how to analyze these interdependencies, but then to more practical issues such as the presentation of the projects that already are going on, these projects of Nexus, and finally, on how to, in fact, look at these projects, on how to write and think on how to present these ideas that are interconnected, which will be the very last session. I'd like to say just that it is a very complex seminar, because it encompasses 3 days. There are 13 teachers, and there are so far registered more than 1,200 people who are following the session. So following the training. So it is, I think, that shows that the expectations and this topic is very popular for all the people, the applicants for these, the participants to this training. Let me finish with 2 ideas. First of all, thanking very much the GIZ for its cooperation in this seminar. I think that this is a very important thing that we are able to work together. The second thing is that I want to thank as well the PRIMA team, especially in the person of Ali Ruma, but also in Omar, our deputy director, in Wahid, all the supporting team who has been doing a very good job, and saying that there will be the diploma of attending this meeting will be delivered at the end for those who have been attending the full 3 days. So there will be these diplomas to receive for those who want to have it. I wish you a very successful training. I'm sure that it will be of very high quality, because I know very many of the speakers, and certainly the discussions, and if you see the program, you see that's of high quality. So I'm sure that it will be for benefit for you all, and also for us, for PRIMA, because we'll learn also on your feedbacks, on your interventions, on the questions. We will understand through the questions which are the main issues that are at stake, and this will provide us with tools to build PRIMA in a different and more encompassing way. It will be more complex, but reality is complex, and since reality is complex, unless we provide with complex ideas, will not be able to meet the reality and the real challenges that we have. Thank you very much, and over to you, Omar.
Thank you so much, Octavi. Thanks indeed for your words and for your professional description and summary, actually, of this training, and for highlighting those interdependencies between the different sectors and the need actually to address the challenges in each sector simultaneously. And this is one of the goals actually of this training. And thanks also for highlighting that PRIMA will be adopting or will be considering the Nexus approach in its upcoming calls as a solution and in response to the need of the region, as we know that PRIMA is a program that is really interactive with the reality and trying to find real-time solutions for the challenges the Mediterranean and the people of the Mediterranean are facing as a first step, actually, of finding solutions that could be also adopted at a global level. Thank you so much, Octavi, and we'll give the floor now to Marià Anna Rodriguez from GIZ for her welcoming notes.
Thank you very much, Omar. So my name is Marià Anna Rodriguez, and I am the head of the Nexus Regional Dialogues Program, a co-finance project between the German Development Corporation and the European Union. So I'm very pleased to welcome all of you also to our training. I'm very excited that you decided to join us in inspiring the mainstreaming of the water, energy, and food security nexus over the next few days. As already outlined by Mr. Quintana, this training aims to provide you with the conceptual and technical know-how needed to promote efficient natural resources management in the Mediterranean. As we know and highlighted, changing climate conditions are a reality that everyone must deal with the consequences of, but vulnerable regions, especially the Mediterranean, are taking a large amount of this burden. To keep up with changing climate patterns, as well as high population growth and an increase in agricultural and industrial activities, the Mediterranean region is facing a rapid increase in energy and water consumption. Therefore, is where integrated approaches like the Nexus become much more important and urgent. As said, complex problems need also complex approaches, and the water, energy, food, and ecosystem, also Nexus, offers this possibility to look at the interdependency of natural resources and also looking how to manage this interdependency for impeding negative implications of each sector on the other. The goal of the Nexus Regional Dialogues Program, as already mentioned, co-financed by the German Ministry for Economic Cooperation and Development and the European Union, main goal is to encourage researchers, policymakers, and investors to consider this interconnection and plan and design projects geared towards maximizing synergies across the different sectors. The water, energy, food ecosystem Nexus approach propagates a careful analysis of this interdependency and promotes synergy building and the reduction of harmful trade-offs. It promotes a holistic and integrated way of thinking and acting and calls for policy coherence and multi-sector cooperation at all levels. Over the next 3 days, you will learn about the intricacies of the WEFE Nexus, from developing an idea to helping it come to reality. The speakers of the next 3 days have a wide range of expertise in the topic. You will build skills to operationalize your WEFE Nexus ideas and hear of examples of successful WEFE Nexus projects that you can become inspired from. So I hope, and we all hope, that this training, after this training, you become inspired to use your skills to promote WEFE Nexus solutions in your communities around the Mediterranean. So thank you very much for joining us, and let's get on the knowledge and focus on this so you can use it practically in your daily work afterwards, because I think that's where we all get the most value added from. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Maria, for your words also as well. And thanks for GIZ for co-organizing this training with the PRIMA program. And this is actually a Nexus approach towards training as well, because we are joining forces together. So thanks for doing so.
Absolutely. Thank you very much. This is about cooperation, and I think this is a good example of this.
Exactly, exactly. Thank you so much. Thanks again. Okay, well, I guess now we will start our practical sessions. And I think the number of participants is continuously increasing. So let me again welcome all new participants who joined us recently. My name again is Omar Amawi, and I'm the PRIMA Deputy Director. I'll be moderating this session as well with you. My role is actually just to introduce the session first, and I will be following your questions. So please, if you have any questions, we will try to consider your questions and try to provide the answers whenever needed. So the first session will be a general session about understanding the opportunities and challenges of the water, energy, food ecosystems nexus. So that will be building the foundation or bring all participants to almost the same level of understanding of this Nexus approach or Nexus concept as well. This session will not have a quiz at the beginning, so I guess the colleagues or the organizing team has designed some kind of quick quizzes so that not only to know some information from you, but to get you involved in the process and to participate in the training, because like we are not meeting physically. So this is an opportunity, although it's not as effective as meeting physical, but this is an opportunity for you to participate and to contribute to this training. Let me remind also, as Octavi said, that there will be a diploma or there will be some kind of certification at the end of this training. So I really encourage all participants to be with us all the time as possible. I know it's a long 3 days, but long, intensive, and very important and very valuable 3 days of information. So I really encourage all participants to not to miss any of the sessions that will be offered in the next couple of days. In the afternoon session, I think according to our agenda, we will start at 10:30, so we are perfectly on time or ahead of time. A break is foreseen around 11:50, 10 minutes break, and then at 1:30 we'll stop the morning session, and then we will start again at 3 o'clock, all Central Europe time. So don't miss the afternoon session, as it is as important as the morning sessions. There is no difference, of course. So please consider again and again, I encourage you to consider the participation in all sessions. So I will give the floor now to our trainers, Annika and Sabine. Please introduce yourselves first, and then as you see necessary or as you feel comfortable, you may organize this session, and I will be listening to you on a mute mode. So it's under your management, and if there is any question, and I see that the question is repeated many times, I may, if you allow me, to interrupt, or we see how we organize it. Maybe after you finish your presentation, we address some of the questions. So it's in your hands now, Annika and Sabine. So I will give you the floor now, and good luck on your presentations.
Thank you very much, Omar, for the introduction. And as I understood, you asked whether you can interrupt us in between. We have foreseen a few quizzes also in our session, and then at the end and the break, etc. And before the break, we will have time for questions and answers. So if we can collect the questions, that would be, I think, most appropriate also to get to keep the show running.
Perfect, as you wish. Okay, then we'll keep the questions, and then you decide when you want to answer them.
Okay, let me share my screen, and please let me know if you will see everything in the right mode. All right, you should now see the cover slide.
Yes.
Okay, perfect. Then we can start. Yeah, good morning, everyone, and welcome to the first session of this seminar. As Omar has already mentioned, this first session aims at introducing the WEFE Nexus and the associated securities. It shall give everyone the same level of understanding, of a basic understanding of the approach. But before we start, we would like to get to know you a little bit better. We have therefore prepared a Mentimeter. Some of you might already have used this tool with some questions on yourself, from where you're coming from, what's your main level of expertise, and whether you have previously participated in a Nexus training. For this, I'll ask you to go to Mentimeter, that's www.menti.com, and I'll now give you the details on how you can access this. I need to switch to the other presentation. All right. So if you go to www.menti.com and you enter the code given below here, or if you scan the QR code that you see here, you should see a question on from which country are you joining this online training. I hope that works for everyone. I'll give you some time and then we can go to the presentation and see your responses. Let me check whether some people have already entered where they come from. I see there's many people from Jordan, someone from outer space. The number as the country where it's joining in. Jordan is still, I think, on top of everyone, but we can see people also from the Northern Mediterranean, Portugal, Italy, of course, North Africa, Egypt is very prominent here, but also from Colombia, from the United States, Russia. It's still moving, but I think Jordan and Egypt are still on top. Okay, I think this already gives us a very good idea that there's many people from, of course, the Middle East and North Africa, but also other parts of the world. Welcome to everyone. Thanks for joining in today. We can then come to the next question. In which of the Nexus sectors is your main professional expertise? You've got a multiple choice question here, whether it's water, energy, food, ecosystems, or actually multiple sectors. We can see here that a larger part of the participants is coming from the water sectors or from multiple sectors. Not that many from the food sector, but as in many of the Nexus trainings, or the Nexus concept also was initiated somehow in the water community. We're very happy to have the people from the food sector here as well. Welcome very much, and also the energy sector, and of course the ecosystems, as you will also learn in a little bit, are becoming more and more important also in the Nexus concept. So thank you for your answers, and welcome also to everyone from all sectors. We are very happy to see that we have also many people from multiple sectors here, which is of course very important for implementing the Nexus approach. Now the next questions. Have you previously participated in a water energy food nexus training? And for those of you who would still like to join, I'll show again the access QR code to facilitate joining the poll. And we'll see a larger part of the participants have not participated in a Nexus training before. So I think it's very good that we will still have this introductory session for those of you that already have participated in Nexus training. I hope we can still bring in some new aspects of the water, energy, food security Nexus approach and some of the solutions and the assessment tools. Now, last but not least, we would like to learn about your expectations. For this, you can type in what you expect, and we will see your expectations coming in here. What would you like to learn about in this 3-day training? We see here some very important aspects. The legal framework that, of course, is very important to govern the Nexus solutions, networking, which of course is crucial for coordination and cooperation, modeling of the Nexus. There will definitely be sessions on that this afternoon and also in the following days, giving some examples from Egypt. More about food security. I hope that you can also get something on that during this training, and how the Nexus can be applied. We will definitely put focus on presenting examples. Okay, thank you very much. I think we have got a much better idea of who is participating in the training, even if we cannot see you. Thanks a lot for taking part in this. And for this session and this morning, we will use the same system, Menti, also to ask you some quizzes, so to keep you engaged in the training. And with this, I will get back to my presentation. And I will start with an overview of how we have organized this morning's sessions. We have divided it into 3 chapters. The first giving you a background to the water, energy, food nexus, an introduction to the approach and some of the trade-offs and synergies. After that, we will have time for question and answers, and then a short break at 11:50, as Omar has already said. And then we will start with the second chapter on water, energy, food interactions that give you some more details on the interrelationships between the different securities, and also give you a number of examples of Nexus solutions. at the end.
We don't see a presentation at this point.
Okay, thank you.
Now we do.
But now you see our the presentation or the...
Not in presentation mode, including notes.
Okay, let me check.
No, that's fine. Thank you.
Thank you for pointing out. Thanks. I was going to say that in the third chapter, this we will give, oops, no, oops. In the third chapter, we will give an introduction to assessment tools, Nexus assessment tools to support decision making, which will just give a short introduction on some of the tools, and some of them will be explained in much more detail over the rest of the next days. Okay, and with this, I would like to start with the introduction of the water, energy, food security nexus approach. So why do we look at water, energy, and food security in particular? The reason for this is that each of the three securities is fundamentally important for economic development. Water is crucial for human health and the environment and for virtually all economic sectors, not only agriculture and energy, but also many other sectors. Access to energy and electricity often is the basis for rural and economic development. It does not only drive industrial processes, but also electrification of homes and mechanization in agriculture, which are important to improve living conditions in rural areas, for example. And last but not least, a good diet and food security is fundamental for the well-being of all humans, and it strongly impacts individual development and health, which in turn also is not only important for human health, but also then further development. Because of this fundamental importance of water, energy, and food security, all communities try to achieve securities in these fields. Actions to achieve water, energy, and food security may be taken at different scales, from local to global. And these different levels may impact on each other. For example, the establishment of a multinational energy grid or pipeline construction may impact the feasibility of a local biomass plant, or the upstream dam construction may impact local water security or fisheries at a downstream village. Or global trade and food policies can impact local production and marketing. The last but not least important point made here is that to increase these securities in any of the domains, we often need to increase the use of natural resources, which will often have external effects on other sectors or levels. These externalities are often not sufficiently considered when evaluating the comparative advantage of one measure over an alternative. An example of this is the land required by reservoirs built for hydropower generation and their downstream impacts on the flow regimes that often are not considered when developing hydropower. So what is the situation in the securities today? At present, a significant percentage of the global population is a long way from attaining water, energy, or food security. For example, 2 billion people have no access to safely managed drinking water. 0.8 billion people have no access to electricity. This is about the number of people living in Europe. So imagine if the whole Europe was sitting in the dark. And 2.4 billion have not enough food. So roughly a third of the global population go hungry regularly. These people live especially in South Asia and Sub-Saharan Africa. It therefore becomes very clear that we need to intensify our efforts in order to bring water, energy, and food security to these people in the coming decades. At the same time, the world population is likely to increase to over 8.5 billion by 2030 and to 9.5 or even 10 billion by 2050. At the same time, economic development and consumption patterns are likely to change, leading to even higher water, energy, and food demands per capita. We therefore face the combined challenge of compensating for the unmet current demands and meeting additional future demands. Global change, including climate change, adds uncertainty to the future availability and demand of natural resources, which we will have to address. But if we try to address those demands in a single-minded manner, we are likely to run into risk. Because if we focus on one of these sectors only, we will be likely to oversee the impacts that development in one sector might have on developments in other sectors. In this slide, we provide two simple examples to illustrate this. The first example refers to increasing electricity demands. As energy production based on fossil fuels is water intensive, for example, it requires water for cooling, but also for the extraction of resources. The increased energy production will require more abstraction of water. This will result in less water that can be used for other sectors and also for the environment. It may hence lead to the decrease of water security downstream. The second example refers to the potential impact of intensified agricultural production. More food production often requires increases in the use of land and fertilizers. This may lead to competition over land for other needs, such as growth of biofuels. In addition, the positive effect on food security may be compromised by reduced water security, as the downstream water may turn unfit for certain purposes due to water quality deterioration. These trade-offs are the reason why a nexus approach is needed, in order to systematically address what is often hidden or not being considered in planning and management. Given that the silo approach or the single-mindedly pursuing of individual goals has no means to consider these types of externalities. Now, time again for a quick quiz. So get your smartphones out and get ready to access Menti again. I will stop sharing my screen here and share the Mentimeter screen. So the first question of our quiz is, how much water does agriculture withdraw as percentage of total global freshwater withdrawals? Is it less than 50%, 50 to 65%? Or even over 80%? I can see that there's a large majority opting for 65 to 80%. And in a bit, we will see if if the majority guessed or knew right. Yeah, thank you very much. Let's get to the next question. How much water does the energy sector withdraw as a percentage of total global freshwater withdrawals? Is it less than 5%, 5 to 10%, 10 to 15%, or even more than 15%? Here, the votes are not as clear as with water, where it seems many people were quite sure on how much it is. Here we have a more balanced vote, whether it's between 5 or even more than 15%. But I see most people opting for the 10 to 15%. Thank you very much for your votes again. Let's get to the next question. Looking at the interlinkages between energy and agriculture. How much energy do agriculture and food chain account for as a percentage of the global energy demand? Is it less than 30%, 30 to 50%, 50 to 70%, or even more than 70%? Okay, here the opinions are quite clear. Most people think that it's 30 to 50%. And then in just a few moments, you will hear about the results or the solution for this question. Thanks again for taking part in our little quiz. So let's see what the solutions are for this quiz. And please let me know if you don't see the slides again. So here we are. Agriculture accounts for 70% of total global freshwater withdrawals. So the majority of our participants guessed right here or knew it. The energy sector accounts for about 10 to 15% of the global freshwater withdrawals. And I think this number not everyone was so sure about, like for the water use in agriculture. And food production consumes about a third of all energy produced. So these numbers, I think, illustrate quite clearly how interlinked the three sectors or resource uses are. And that is why some time ago, the water, energy, food security nexus approach was developed. The original concept that was developed in 2011 and for a conference in Bonn and presented in a paper by Hoff et al. At the time. At that time, the concept looked at the security of water, energy and food from a water perspective and put water in the center of the three securities. But since then, the concept developed further and also several variations developed. The concept that we present here that has been developed by the GIZ and published in a publication from 2016 is somewhat more integrated than the initial approach that was presented in 2011. And it puts the ecosystem at the center of the concept. This is to highlight the central role that ecosystems play, because all three supply securities depend on ecosystems. The related resources, land, water, and energy resources are part of this ecosystem and must be used and protected in a balanced manner. As I mentioned, there are numerous other Nexus frameworks guiding the assessment of the complex interrelationships between different compartments of the Nexus. Some of them put more focus on climate change, some focus more on livelihoods. You can have a look at the Water, Energy, Food Security Resource Platform at water-energy-food.org if you would like to learn more about different concepts. For this session, we will present the Water, Energy, Food Nexus approach as it's promoted by the Nexus Regional Dialogues Program of the GIZ, which focuses or which understands the Nexus approach with the overall aim to secure the long-term accessibility to the declining resources of water, energy, and food, while acknowledging the interconnectedness of the Nexus. And it promotes a holistic and integrated perspective that strives to put the sectoral needs on an equal footing, so not focusing on water, as I mentioned. What does the Nexus approach provide to achieve those objectives? It provides a framework that can determine trade-offs and synergies between the sectors and help reconcile the multiple conflicting interests and needs. It promotes coherence and multi-sectoral and inclusive cooperation between the different sectors and their policies and strategies. And it provides a tool to achieve overall sustainable development by building on synergies between those, between the Nexus compartments. With this, the Nexus approach allows to identify Nexus solutions that can reduce the trade-offs and create synergies to enhance resource efficiency of the entire system through developing smart policy, innovative technical solutions, or other instruments. And while we have already addressed some of the trade-offs within the Water, Energy, Food Nexus, in the next slides, we will illustrate some of the synergies by giving some examples. The first example I would like to give is the example of how wastewater can contribute to energy and food production. And we have presented here the case study from Jordan. As you probably know, Jordan is one of the world's most water scarce countries. And the water sector is also in the country is also very energy intensive, requiring approximately 15% of the country's total energy consumption. In this context, an interesting technical solution that addressed the water, energy, and food component is the Asamra wastewater treatment plant or project. It was constructed in 2008 and later expanded and renewed, so that today the plant treats an average of 356,000 cubic meters of wastewater a day from the population of Amman and Zarqa, while the effluent produced by the plant is then reused for agricultural irrigation and thus serves 10% of water consumption in agriculture in Jordan. So quite a substantive share of the total irrigation water. In this plant, also the energy is recovered from the wastewater. And this helps to cover the energy needs of the wastewater treatment plant itself, and thus to reduce the costs for wastewater treatment. The plant therefore also not only contributes to energy efficiency and reduce costs, but also to climate change mitigation, as it reduced use of fossil fuels for energy generation to supply the plant. Another example of the synergies that can be achieved is the example of agrivoltaics. And we have here the case study of a project, or actually a research project that's implemented in Mali and Gambia currently. The idea is to use the same plot of land for three purposes: for food production, for the generation of solar energy, and for water harvesting. So as you can see in the picture, there are solar panels installed. And what's interesting here is that those solar panels are formed in a way that rainwater can be collected and then stored in a tank. Also, the solar panels provide shade for the plants that are growing underneath, so that these plants will need less water and are also protected from sunlight. As a result, the land is used more efficiently for three purposes. The yields can be increased, and water becomes available for other purposes. And the energy can be used, for example, for cooling of produce, or for pumping of groundwater for drinking water supply, whereas the rainwater collected can be used for additional irrigation needs. Now, after this very local example, I would like to present a third one, looking with a larger scale, looking at multi-purpose dams and how they can support water, energy, and food security. The example we have included here is the Manantali Dam that is located at the Bafing River in Mali, which is part of the integrated development strategy for the Senegal Basin that has been developed by the riparian countries of this transboundary river. The Manantali Dam is jointly owned and operated by the three riparian countries. It generates 200 megawatt of power that is used for electricity in Senegal, Mali, and Mauritania, the three countries. And it provides irrigation water for 130,000 hectares of agricultural land. Initially, it was also planned that this dam should regulate the water levels to support navigation on the river. However, this component has not been realized. But it shows that with one infrastructure project, we can serve different purposes. And in this case, it also helped sharing the investments and costs and the benefits generating through this infrastructure between the three riparian countries. Now that we have looked at more concrete solutions here, I would like to highlight that the Nexus approach is also important to achieve overarching goals, such as the Sustainable Development Goals. As you all know, there are a total of 17 Sustainable Development Goals, or SDGs. And while the Water, Energy, Food Nexus approach focuses on Goal 2 for food, and 6 and 7 for energy, and 6 for water, it is also very, the nexus, or these 3 components, are also very important to achieve many of the other goals. This is also illustrated by looking at the various interlinkages between the 17 SDGs. In this illustration here, you can see that actually energy, agriculture, and water are linked to most of the other SDGs. Therefore, taking a nexus approach to implementing the SDGs can help to leverage synergies by using solutions or policies that contribute, for example, to energy, to increasing energy security, but then also to agriculture and water and the many other related secure SDGs. The Nexus approach also is relevant for addressing other global development goals or agreements, concepts, looking, for example, at disaster risk reduction. Reducing water-related hazards or increasing water security will provide synergies regarding also risk management for agriculture, where agricultural land could be protected from flooding or drought. Or it can help reduce the risk for energy supply if drought are prevented, and like this cooling waters, I mean the lack of cooling water for energy generation is prevented, or the flooding of relevant energy infrastructure. Like this, the Nexus approach can also help address the Sendai framework, the international governance framework for disaster risk reduction. There are particularly close interlinkages between the WEFE Nexus and climate change, and hence with the implementation of the Paris Agreement, or the UN Framework Convention on Climate Change. As many of the actions, climate actions, be it climate adaptation or climate mitigation, can actually be achieved by leveraging synergies within the WEFE Nexus. And of course, we also need to look at preventing maladaptation. So looking at how adaptation in one sector can impact resilience in other sectors. For example, if we think about agriculture and the idea that irrigation is a means to adapt to climate change in the agricultural sector, of course, this will have impact on water-related resilience as it impacts water security. We therefore have to make sure that adaptation plans take a look, or take a WEFE Nexus approach to ensure that such trade-offs are prevented. On the other hand, such trade-offs are also very frequent if we look at mitigation. For example, if we look at renewable energies, hydropower, that is often considered a solution to prevent, to promote or to reduce greenhouse gas emissions from energy production. If we take a Nexus approach and carefully consider the impacts that this might have on energy and on water security, we can make sure that mitigation action does not have trade-offs on other sectors. For this reason, the nationally determined contributions, the NDCs, that are the main instrument to implement the Paris Agreement should be scrutinized regarding their potential impacts on water and food security as well. And also taking a nexus approach, one should look at potential synergies. For example, if in adaptation, if you look at wetlands and their important role also in climate adaptation, but the important role that they can also play in providing, in regulating water and also providing agricultural land, if managed sustainably. Last but not least, we would like to highlight here the linkages between the water, energy, food nexus and the circular economy. Adopting a nexus approach in a circular economy context can ensure that, on the one hand, the circular economy paradigm does not fall short of the sustainability expectations and does not lead to shifting the burden from one sector to the other, so providing nexus trade-offs. But on the other hand, integrating a circular economy approach with the nexus approach can also be useful to identify potential solutions. So what we've indicated, what was illustrated here in this presentation, where you see the circular economy in each sector and the particularities of the approach of looking at the different value chains in the sector, from the design and resources to the use and disposal of the products or services related to it. If we look at these value chains, this can help identify potential synergies between the sectors. So it is also important to highlight that with the nexus approach, we can support overarching global policy goals, but also relevant sustainability concepts like circular economy or the green economy that is promoted by the European Union. There are, of course, also some challenges when we think about how the nexus can be implemented. Many of these challenges relate to the governance. Often government structures are organized in silos, and there's a lack of coordination between the sectoral, for example, the line ministries or sectoral authorities. This results in a lack of coordination also in the policies that those government agencies issue, or in the development strategy, sectoral development strategies. Another challenge is the lack of up-to-date data on the status of the water, energy, food sectors. And as such, the knowledge base that can be used for decision-making and that could help in preventing the trade-offs and leveraging synergies. But it's not only lack of data on the current status of the sectors, but also on the complex interlinkages within the nexus and even other sectors or policy goals. This also stems from a lack of transdisciplinary science and a lack of tools or knowledge of applicable assessment tools, such as modeling tools or scenario development or participatory processes. And we will learn more about tools towards the end of this afternoon. Now, looking at how we can overcome some of these implementation challenges, we have listed here a number of potential governance solutions, in addition to the more technical or infrastructure solutions that we have presented before when highlighting the potential synergies. One is to introduce legislation and norms that stipulate a Nexus approach and actively promote cross-sectoral coordination. Beside norms, it can also be governance mechanisms that help coordinate between the different institutions, between ministries and agencies, etc. This could be, for example, in the form of joint committees where these ministries or where different sectoral institutions join on a regular basis. It can be official committees or even informal working groups that can support coordination between them. It can also be helpful to strengthen interfaces within a given institution where probably the different sectoral aspects are addressed. And last but not least, to provide the cross-sectoral knowledge base that can help policymaking in line with the Nexus approach. And with that, I'm coming close to the end, and I would just like to summarize some of the key messages that I hope came across through the presentation. The first is that the water, energy, and food security nexus is a concept and an approach which looks at interconnections, which are usually overlooked, but are very important in order to achieve sustainable development. The water, energy, food nexus concept is about harnessing synergies and addressing trade-offs between the different sectoral securities and also the impacts on the environment. And then in the next section or next part of this session, you will learn a bit more detail on those interactions and also some of the solutions. And with that, I thank you for your attention, and I would like to open the question and answers section, and I'll be happy to answer your questions.
Annika, I think we have some question on the Q&A. I don't know if you see it from your side, or I can read if you would like. But I ask all the participants to they have to write their questions in the Q&A, not on the chat, because we will be a little bit confused. So the first question here, what you say the WEFE Nexus holds greatest value as a planning tool and a monitoring approach?
Yeah, thank you very much for this question. Indeed, I think the Nexus holds a great value, especially as a planning tool, because it can, I mean, it's not an objective in itself, but it's a tool or an approach that can help to improve planning in the sense that it can help identify trade-offs and help reduce inefficiencies reduce inefficiencies and external effects on other sectors. And it can also help identify synergies, so it can increase resource use efficiency by identifying solutions that can serve multiple goals, and like this reduce the costs of achieving those goals, or reduce the resource use, as like we have seen in the example of the agrivoltaics, where the land use is where the land is actually used more efficiently for achieving several goals. So I indeed, I think it has a great value as a planning tool, as a monitoring approach. I don't know whether this is actually the best monitoring approach. Many of the interlinkages are often difficult to monitor indeed, but of course we should keep, whenever we strive to achieve one goal, we should of course monitor their impacts on other goals. So yes, it's important to monitor the external effects of any intervention, and maybe here the WEFE Nexus can help to make sure that all effects are monitored, but I wouldn't consider it mainly a monitoring approach. Thanks for your question.
Yeah, thank you, Annika. Please, you can use the like if you, to avoid repeating the same question, use the like. For us, it will facilitate for sure. It will facilitate for us to reply to most of the questions. Second question: how do you evaluate the possibility of applying Nexus approach at transboundary river basins?
Yeah, indeed, in transboundary, actually, the Nexus approach has been applied in transboundary basins. There has been a larger initiative by the UNECE Water Convention that has undertaken Nexus assessments in a number of transboundary basins, and I think it has a high value in promoting cooperation in transboundary basins, because it helps looking beyond water cooperation, which is often one of the more contentious issues in transboundary basins, and often seems to be a zero-sum game. So where use in one riparian country just reduces water availability in another country. But if we look at other opportunities at energy and food security, we can identify solutions that increase the potential basket of benefits. So the benefit is not only from water, but also from energy generation or land management. So the example of the Manantali Dam that I presented, I think is a good example, showing how joint investment can bring benefits to upstream and downstream countries if we do not only focus on the water itself, but also looking at energy generation that can then be transferred from one country to the other, or if we look at joint investment in catchment management, for example. And we will hear an example of that in the next part of the session. But catchment management, looking at soil erosion, can really help reducing siltation issues in hydropower and water supply facilities downstream. And like this, investing in upstream improved land management can support downstream energy production and water supply. So again, a field where cooperation between riparian countries can be beneficial. So I think it's very valuable for transboundary cooperation.
Exactly. Another question, I think, Annika, some participants, they did not understand maybe until now the concept of the nexus. And we have two questions, and one of them is that, is the nexus in your concept, or looks like the sustainable natural resource management or the integrated natural resource management? Maybe there is, yeah, can you just clarify maybe the concept here?
Yeah, thanks again for that question. So Nexus refers to the interconnectedness of various components in a systems. And of course, if we look at integrated management, this also addresses this. And the water energy, what the water energy food nexus is, that it highlights that there are some components, and water, energy, and food in particular, that are particularly interrelated, as you could also see from the slide on the various sustainable development goals, where these three really have a central role in promoting or in supporting several sustainable development goals. And many in other Nexus concepts look also at other components. Some put more focus also on ecosystems, as I mentioned, some on climate change. But why the Nexus looks at those three in particular is because they have such a central role in sustainable development, and also in climate change adaptation and mitigation. Yeah, that's it. But it is a concept of integrated management, but trying to focus on the most important aspects.
There is an interesting question, and I think he or she said that as we know that the Nexus need an integrated vision, and most can be done by the government level. So how we can, as individuals, raise these important issues. So yeah, this is maybe a good question, because I see some questions that it's like a top-down, the Nexus, how we can raise this question from the bottom to the top. This is.
Mm-hmm. I think the Nexus approach is valuable from the local level as well as the global level. So it shouldn't be a top-down approach, but it can also promote identification of solutions at the very local level. So as for example, if you consider domestic water supply, one could think of how this can be used also for home gardens, or to generate biogas for cooking, for example. So it can, even in very small systems like homes, a Nexus perspective can help identify synergies. And then the role of stakeholders in implementing the Nexus. In Nexus assessments and also in planning, I think as in any other environmental management, the stakeholder engagement is very important in order to include local knowledge on the interlinkages, and also on the barriers for implementation, or the challenges in implementing some of the solutions. Yeah, and therefore I think the civil society can play an important role in processes. Of course, they will have to be given the opportunity to participate in decision-making and planning processes.
Ali, sorry, thanks Annika for that, answering the question.
I think we have no time. Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, it's not about time only, but let me remind you and remind all participants that this is the first session of 6 sessions, and many topics will be covered in the other sessions. So this is to encourage having questions, but I think some of the questions that I can see here are going to be covered in the other sessions in more detail. So if we can just try to limit the questions to the topic of the session that we are in, I'm kindly asking all participants to do so, because this is first about understanding the opportunities and challenges. This is the first session. If there will be another session about the related to policy and decision making, I guess, in the afternoon or tomorrow. So there will be more questions or more covering of details and knowledge about the Nexus. Having said so, I encourage all participants again to ask as many questions as you think needed, but also on our side, myself and our team will try to filtrate those questions and try to categorize them according to the sessions that will be covered during today and the next 2 days, just to avoid running out of time or trying to jump from one topic to other. So trying to be focused, I guess, is better at this stage, and trying to build a common understanding between all participants. This is the goal of this session. Of course, there are several other interlinked topics and details. Probably they are not the right time, or this is not the right time to cover at this stage. Sorry for being so frank, but again, we will cover many topics in the next 5 sessions, and we have not even finished the first session. So having said so, I guess we are ahead of time. Like I think we have 30 minutes. So if we can go to the next presentation, and we stop at 11:50 as we planned, and then take a break for 10 minutes and come back at 12. So if you agree, I think Sabine, now it's your turn, or Annika, if you have something else to add, it's up to you. We can start the second part of this session now and stop at 11:50 as planned in the agenda. Is that okay?
Yeah, I think that's fine. I'll figure out where it would be best then maybe to make a break in between. I just have one question. Can you hear a weird noise in my background, or am I clear? And
Now, no, I think you are clear.
Okay, the question why I'm asking, I have a heater running in my background, okay. You know, just to relate to the topic. I'm sitting in a very warm country right now with the air conditioning on, and it's so cold that I actually need a heater in my room. So that's real life example.
Any noise, just noise, and it's
resource
loud and clear. Okay.
Great. Okay, then let me start sharing my screen. Okay, I hope you can all see my screen. Is it shared? Okay, great. Then let's start. Sorry, I'm on the wrong. Sorry. Somehow started from the end. Now, we are now in chapter 2, in the second part of this first session. And as Annika initially already outlined, in this second part, we want to look into a bit more detail into the interactions between water, energy, and food security contexts. Annika has already touched upon that in the beginning, but here we really want to dive a little bit deeper, present also some figures and numbers, and then also secondly, look a little bit more into water, energy, food nexus solutions. Okay, then let's start with outlining some basic facts and figures. Some has already been mentioned by Annika in the beginning, but I think it's really worthwhile repeating and emphasizing again. We all know that water, energy, and food security are really fundamental to human development. But unfortunately, however, many people in the world today still live without adequate access to water, to energy, and also to food. If you just look at the water sector, today there are roughly 2 billion people that still lack access to safely managed drinking water. That's about a quarter of the world population, so really an enormous amount of people. And by 2030, the global water demand could actually even exceed the total water supply by 40%. So also the outlook is quite worrying here. In the security sector, the situation looks slightly better. We today have about 0.8 billion people that have no access to electricity. And this number really luckily decreased by more than half between 2000 and 2021. The biggest decline we saw in Asian countries, while there was unfortunately relatively little change in Southern Africa. In the future, the total primary energy demand will increase by approximately 9% in 2030. On the food sector, when we look at food, there are roughly 2.4 billion people. So 1/3 of the world population, or almost 1/3 of the world population, that still suffer from food insecurity. So people that go hungry regularly. Now, this situation has unfortunately also increased the past 2 years during the COVID-19 pandemic. It is estimated that the increase in food insecurity over these 2 years was equal to that of the previous 5 years combined. And food demand at the same time is also expected to increase by roughly 50% in the year 2050. So to ensure that all people across the world have adequate access to water, energy, and food, we need to significantly increase our development efforts. I think that's really worth emphasizing again, not only a bit, but we significantly have to increase development efforts here. But as already mentioned before in the previous part, increasing these efforts in one sector often impacts on other sectors and development objectives there. And it is precisely these interlinkages here that we want to highlight and examine in the next slides in a little bit more detail. Let's start with food production. If we wanted to increase food production, we need to consider water, as water is used in various ways for food production, to irrigate crops, to water livestock, or also to produce fish, for example, in inland fishery production settings. And as we can see on this slide here, on these two graphics, actually, agriculture at the global level by far accounts for the largest amounts of water abstraction and also water consumption. It accounts for roughly 70% of the global freshwater withdrawal. We've mentioned that already earlier a bit. In Africa and Asia, that number is even higher, as you can see on the right-hand side here. It's more than 80% of the water withdrawn it goes to the agricultural sector. So in other words, to produce food, we need a lot of our water resources. And to produce even more food, to feed a growing world population, but also to fill the gaps that already exist today, we need to increase this water consumption even more. Although, of course, one has to consider that some of the demand will also be met by increasing water efficiencies, and in agricultural production, for instance, there's still a lot of potential in some regions, and also by decreasing food losses and food waste. But nonetheless, we will need to increase production as well. Now, one way of addressing regional water shortages, as it is already happening today, is via the trade of agricultural products, as it is displayed on this map. It's a slightly older map, but I think the overall general patterns still hold true. If water-scarce countries are able to import food from areas that have more water resources, they obviously can save water and allocate their limited water resources to other sectors, such as water and sanitation services, for instance, for their populations. But obviously, in many cases today, that can also work the other way around when water-scarce regions of the world actually produce food and export large amounts of water in water-intensive food products. I think one example here is also the Western United States, which you can see with this very dark and thick black arrow, which is exporting a huge amount of agriculture products to the world, but which is actually a region that is very, very water scarce. And this extensive production and export of water-intensive produce is increasing water scarcity problems in a region which is already very water scarce. And we even find today already first discussions in the United States, in the western parts, of actually curtailing agriculture production because there are even problems of meeting local water demands for drinking water and other wash services. So just to keep that in mind. Now let's summarize that a little bit again, what this means from a Nexus perspective. As many people still suffer from lack of food and the world population is growing, we will need to increase food production, as it's outlined here in the beginning. And for this, we need to use more land to grow food and also need to use more water to irrigate crops. However, this can conflict with development objectives in the water and also in the energy sector. If we increase water abstraction to irrigate crops, water availability for other consumptive uses is likely to decrease, such as for water and sanitation services, or water we need to produce energy, and also water to maintain ecosystem functioning. At the same time, and that's portrayed in the upper part of the graph, we need more land to grow more food, and this will result in less land available for other purposes, such as for energy production, because we also need land to grow biomass or to install solar and wind parks. In several countries of the world, including Germany, where Annika and I come from, land used for wind and also solar farms already competes with other land uses such as agriculture. And this has also caused an increase in costs for land here. So the key message basically is that therefore, if we increase food production, that this comes with a number of trade-offs in other sectors that we need to consider. Trade-offs in the energy sector and also trade-offs in the water sector. Before we now continue with taking a closer look at the trade-offs between water and energy, we want to do another round of quiz questions. And I think you're all very, you're used by now how to do this. Please use your cell phone or your computer and go to menti.com again. I'll just switch sharing my screen now and move to the Mentimeter website. Hold on a second. Need to shovel around a little bit. So we've previously heard in the previous presentation that 90% of the energy produced today is water intensive, meaning that nearly all forms of energy rely on water. And here in this question, we now want to know which part of the energy sector actually accounts for the largest amount of water withdrawals. We have, again, a multiple choice. Multiple choice here. I see that you all already answer very vividly. The options is primary energy production, so water that we need to extract oil, coal, and to grow biomass for producing biofuels. Water that we need to produce power from fossil fuels. Water that is needed for producing power from nuclear power. And then lastly, also the power that we need for renewables. There's a clear preference for the first answer, water for primary energy production. Thank you for participating. I think the overall picture here is clear. Now let's move back to the presentation and come to okay. Okay, I hope you can see my presentation again now.
Yes.
It's with the notes. It's with the notes.
Oh, okay. How do I do this now? Let me try to share it again so that I spare you my notes. We'll see if it works. Do you see it now without my notes?
With. It's the same.
Vielleicht kannst du bei Anzeigeneinstellungen die Bildschirme wechseln.
Das habe ich gerade gemacht und dann, genau, dann habe ich leider die Präsentation auf dem anderen Bildschirm.
Yes, it's okay.
Okay, I'll try it like this. I'll switch my screens. I'm handling with several screens, and that must cause the problem.
Sabine, please to interrupt you because we have a lot of answers for the Mentimeter on the chat. Just to ask the participant to go to Mentimeter, not to the chat.
Yes, please, to answer the question, go to menti.com and answer the question there. Now, the largest amount of water withdrawals, as you can see on the left side of this slide, are actually used to generate power from fossil fuels. It's roughly accounts for 58% of water withdrawals in the year 2014. So it's a slightly older number, but I think the general patterns still count today. This is followed by water withdrawals that are needed for nuclear power generation, is 28%, and then lastly, or not lastly, but at the third position, we find water used for the primary energy production. So that's water that we use to extract coal, to extract oil, to grow biomass, and also to further refine products from oil, for instance, whereas for power production, water is mainly needed in cooling processes. Now, this is for the withdrawal side. If we look at the actual water consumption side, on the other side, we will see that if you look at the individual components, it's still water that is used for power generation from fossil fuels that accounts for the largest share, 28%. But if we look at the overall primary energy production from biofuels, oil, and coal combined, then we can clearly see that this part of water withdrawals for energy is really the largest share here. And the difference obviously comes from that, from power generation. We primarily use water in the cooling process, and a lot of that water flows back into the system and is not actually consumed. Whereas the water that we need, for instance, to grow biomass is, of course, consumed, and there's very little water flow that goes back into the system. Sorry, I'm still struggling with the presentation mode. The current and projected water consumption for power production actually varies significantly across the world regions, as we can see on this slide here. The largest current and also projected shares fall, not so surprisingly, on OECD countries and Asia, whereas the current and also projected consumptions in Eastern Europe, in the Middle East, and also Africa and Latin America are relatively low, and also will or expected to only increase on very low levels, actually. There's several reasons for that, but one that being that in some of these areas, hydropower as not a consumptive use will be provide a significant share of the energy sector, but also the assumption that new and more water-saving energy technologies, for example, in the cooling sectors, are likely to be used here. Now let's look at what these interlinkages that we just mentioned between water and energy mean from a climate perspective. In the context of climate change, we have global and also national ambitions to decrease greenhouse gas emissions, such as CO2. Many countries of the world have therefore committed themselves to increase renewable energy production, such as hydropower, to decrease CO2 emissions. However, we do know that hydropower also comes with significant trade-offs, which we want to highlight a little bit more in detail here on this slide. Large-scale storage of water in hydropower dams often has significant impacts on the ecosystems, as these hydropower storage dams do change the flow patterns in the river system. It also often causes changes in water temperature, and also the possibility for species such as a fish to actually migrate. So that comes with significant or often significant changes in ecosystem functioning. And then also down the line, this impacts the livelihoods of people that depend on these ecosystems, such as fishery sectors or also tourism. At the same time, and that's presented in the other two arrow lines, we know that in some instances, hydropower also decreases water availability, as we often see an increase in evaporative losses, which of course depends on the specific climatic conditions of a hydropower storage facility. So but it can happen that overall water availability is actually slightly compromised. And then more importantly, water is often not necessarily released from these dams in times when it is actually required in the agricultural sector. So for instance, if you release water primarily during the winter months to generate more electricity for heating, for instance, and you try to store this water during the summer months, this can actually be problematic for the agricultural sector, which usually requires more irrigation water during the more hotter times of the year. So water might not necessarily be released at times when it was actually needed. So the interlinkages, and that's the key message here, between water and energy also play out significantly when we look at climate change policies, and we need to consider that also in the context of the climate policy goals that we pursue. Now, before we now take a closer look at how much energy is used in the water sector, we would like to answer a few more quiz questions. I will switch my slides again, move to the Mentimeter. You will see the code again in just a second.
Sabine, could you show them again the code?
Yes, hold on. The code is also... Yes. You can see the code in the very top line here. Also show you the QR code again if you prefer to scan. Now, yes, the first question being what is the share of the global electricity? So not energy, total energy, but electricity that is consumed in the water sector. We have multiple choices again. Is it less than 2%, somewhere in between 2 and 5%, between 5 and 10, or even more than 10%? Okay, most of you opt for somewhere between 5 and 10%. That's interesting. We have more questions. Let me move to the next one. Which part of the water sector uses most energy globally? And here, again, we have multiple choices. We have energy that is used for transferring water, for treating wastewater, for water reuse, water desalination, distribution, and supply. And that's very interesting. Most of you say desalination. I can already tell you that the question here is really globally, that there are significant regional differences. So I think the replies here show that most of you come from the MENA region, where a lot of energy is used for desalination, but this is also, I think, something exceptional for the region. I think that's very interestingly displayed here in the answers. I'll move to the answer in just a second, but we have one further question, one last question in this section. Which part of the water sector do you think is projected to use the most electricity in 20 years from now? Wastewater treatment, desalination, okay. And again, this question actually refers, of course, to the global level. Wastewater treatment, very interesting. Okay, most of you think wastewater treatment is likely to use most electricity in the future, very closely followed by desalination. Great, thank you. I think maybe at this point it would be good to have the break that we planned and then move on with answering the 3 questions that we've just posed. And I think some of you will be surprised by the answers. Yeah, I think we could have the break now. Would be good time.
Yes.
What do you think, Omar?
Great. It's 11:50, perfect on time. So we will take a 10 minutes break, please, and be back exactly at 12. We will start exactly at 12. That's 10 minutes from now. So you may stay connected, and then at 12 again, we will resume. See you in 10 minutes. Thank you. Good afternoon. Good afternoon, everybody. Hope you had a nice short break. This is a reminder that we are in a training, a WEFE Nexus in the Mediterranean, from research to practice, co-organized between the PRIMA Foundation and the GIZ in Germany. Just a quick remark here, because we have received so many requests or inquiries about sharing the slides, and we have responded in the chat, but just to make a quick announcement that all slides and presentations will be shared with the participants at the end of this 3-day training. So we are still in session 1, understanding the opportunities and challenges of the WEFE Nexus, and our great trainers, Annika and Sabine. Without any further ado, I will give the floor back to Sabine if she is there, if she is ready to continue. Sabine.
Yes, sorry, I'm there.
Okay, great. So it's back to you. Thank you.
Thank you, Omar. Okay, thank you very much for participating in the Mentimeter quiz. We'll now move to answer the questions that we've just raised. The share of total electricity consumed in the water sector amounts to actually roughly 4%. Most of you guessed that it would be between 5 to 10%, so it's a little bit less. Roughly 4% if you look at the global level. And just to explain to you a little bit this graph, if you look at the very left column that you see here on this slide, the labeling on the left side refers to the share of terawatt hours used by each subsector, so by supply, distribution, desalination, reuse, and so on. Whereas the right side, the percentage label, refers to the overall percentage of energy used by the water sector. So in this case, as you can see on the left side for the world, it is roughly 4%. So represented by this little square here, just so that you do not get confused. Now, the largest consumer of electricity globally falls on supply, including the electricity we need to extract water from groundwater or also from surface water streams. That's roughly 40%, so the darker green area. Most of you said desalination, if I remember correctly. And desalination actually at the global level only accounts for a very relatively small share of electricity. But as you can see in the regional distribution here, this really changes if we look at the Middle East, where desalination accounts for much larger share. And I think most of you coming from that area, it is very, very clear that for you, in your perception, of course, electricity used for this sector is much more significant than in other areas of the world. The second sector, or the second use in the water sector, actually is then wanted for wastewater treatment, as you can see in this kind of purplish color here. That accounts for roughly 25% of the electricity consumed in the water sector if we look at the global level. And then the third place falls to water distribution, the lighter green, which is roughly 20% of the electricity consumed in the water sector. And desalination, as I said, only accounts for a small share. It's 5% at the global level, but in the Middle East, it's much more. It's roughly 25% of the water extracted. If we now look at future projections, we see that the water-related electricity consumption is expected to rise significantly in the coming 2 decades. It will increase by approximately 60% compared to the year 2014. However, the share of global electricity consumed will remain roughly the same. That's again, just slightly over 4%. If you see this small square in the middle of the screen. The largest share of electricity consumption in 2040 will still fall on the water supply sector. So there's little change here, roughly 25%. However, this will be very closely followed by desalination, which will then account for more than 20%. So desalination is really projected to increase energy consumption. I think from my perspective, this is certainly the most prominent change in developments, especially if you come from an area where desalination today doesn't play any role at all. This is probably very different from you, and I could see that clearly in the answers that you gave in the Menti questions. Now we want to take a closer look at how energy is used in the agricultural food systems. And for this, again, we have prepared one question. I think that's actually the last question that we have prepared in Menti, and which we would like you to answer now. Please go to menti.com again. I'll share the respective screen. And we have provided different multiple choice options again. Do you think most energy will, or not will, sorry, most energy is used for cropping production, for livestock production, fisheries, for processing and distribution, or for retail and preparation and cooking? Okay. Cropping and production, and processing and distribution are your favorites. Not your favorites, but it's the ones that you assume need most energy. Retail and preparation, including cooking, seems to be, yeah, it's very interesting. So keep these answers in mind when we move on to the presentation now. Most of you say most energy is used for cropping, production, as well as for processing and distribution. Okay. Let me go back to the presentation. Share my okay, now let's move to the answers. You already see the slide, I hope. Globally, most energy in the agri-food chain is actually used for processing and distribution. That accounts for slightly over 40% of the energy consumed here. It's the lighter blue part of the left bar that indicates it. I was surprised that so many of you said cropping and production. That accounts actually for a much smaller share of energy used in the agri-food chain. I think that was very interesting. So processing and distribution includes things like post-harvest processing and storage, for instance, drying or cutting or heating of food products, as well as also the transport to markets. However, you can also see that there are differences between high income and low income countries. In lower income countries, the largest share of energy uses falls actually on retail and food preparation and cooking. And I was therefore very surprised that so many of you assumed that this would be a sector which would not actually consume that much energy. At the third place, globally, we see cropping production, including, instance, the fuel you need for tractors or other machineries, operating irrigation infrastructure, but also includes the energy that you use to produce fertilizers, for instance. Overall, we can summarize here that energy is needed in among all steps of the agricultural food chain, and therefore really plays a fundamental role in food production. This graph here shows the past trends in energy use within the agricultural food chain up to 2018. You can see that the energy demand has remained relatively unchanged in most parts of the world, except for Asia, where we saw a sharp increase over the last 15 years. And this sharp increase can be explained by the fact that agriculture in Asia became more and more mechanized, and with the use of things like irrigation pumps or farm machinery and other processing equipment, energy consumption grew rapidly here in this region. In the Americas and Europe, the production of food has increased, but at the same time also the processes for or no, let's say the efficiencies increased at the same time, which is why energy consumption remains here relatively stable. Now, we do not only need energy for agricultural production, but we also increasingly need agriculture and land to place for energy production. So in other words, bioenergy plays an increasing role an increasingly important role for the energy sector. Between the year 2000 and the year 2018, the bioenergy sector grew by an average of 2%, according to World Bank statistics. There is, however, unfortunately, very little information on the use of land for energy production, or the agricultural land that has actually been converted to now produce biomass. Trying to find more accurate information here, but it's really hard to come up with numbers here. The graph on the right side on this slide shows that the land demand projected for the production of transport biofuels is expected to grow significantly and almost triple in the year 2050 compared to 2010. And if we consider that in addition to land used for biomass production, we also need to increase land use for agricultural production to produce food. As we've seen previously in this presentation, and additionally also want to preserve forests to meet our ambitious climate goals, it really becomes clear that land is likely to become a very scarce commodity and a crucial factor in the water, energy, food nexus. Now we wanted to know from you, as we kind of finish the section on the water, energy, food nexus trade-offs, if you could share some of your own experiences and on other nexuses, on other trade-offs that you are aware of from your region, from your country, or others that you've come across in your professional work, for instance. And we would like you to share some of these examples again via Mentimeter. And we will also, just as a general hint, save this Mentimeter presentation and collect your answers to use that also in future trainings. So if you could go back to menti.com and share additional experiences on water, energy, food nexus trade-offs that you've come across or that you are aware of from your region. It would be great if you could share that with us. And you should be able to now just freely write anything in a box. And yeah, as indicated, we will collect your answers and also use them after the training for our further work and refining the training materials that we work on right now. Yeah, thank you. The answers are popping in, we can see. Thank you. Great, thank you. Just keep on sharing your experiences here in Menti. We will have a look at that later again. And for now, I think I will continue with my presentation. We'll now move to the next section. Now that we discussed the interlinkages between the water, energy, and food sectors and outlined potential trade-offs in detail, we would like now move more to the solutions parts and look at how some of the trade-offs that we've observed can be avoided, mitigated, and also how the Nexus approach can also make use of a better using synergies between these three sectors. We've tried in this slide to categorize a little bit Nexus solutions, and that's by far not that easy, and there's no straightforward way to doing so. But we distinguished here between three components or categories, basically more technical and engineering solutions that we have heard a few examples of in the first presentation from Annika. Examples here include multi-purpose infrastructure, such as multi-purpose dams, or also solar-powered irrigation, for instance, and other examples being integrated wastewater management facilities, or also agrivoltaics. And yes, we have heard from some of these examples previously by Annika, which is why in the coming slides we will look a little bit more on the other two categories, which include nature-based solutions and more governance approaches. Again, we'll do that only by addressing some examples. In the nature-based solutions part, we will look at one example of constructed wetlands and one on catchment management. And then when we move to the government approaches to solutions for the water, energy, food nexus, we'll look very broadly at policy and financial frameworks that exist. And then secondly, some planning procedures. Okay, let's move to the nature-based solutions that have become increasingly important over the last couple of years. Nature-based solutions can be defined as actions to protect, sustainably manage, and restore natural or modified ecosystems to address societal challenges and simultaneously providing human well-being and also biodiversity benefits. Nature-based solutions really is a very broad umbrella term that encompasses different approaches of working with nature, such as ecosystem-based adaptation, ecosystem-based disaster risk reduction, or also ecosystem-based mitigation. One example for nature-based solutions are constructed wetlands, which simultaneously serve multiple purposes. Traditionally, wetlands or constructed wetlands have been used for water pollution control or to treat wastewater. As most conventional treatment systems, these wetlands are primarily intended to reduce organic matter and pathogens to a minimum level, while at the same time, nutrients such as nitrogen or phosphorus largely remain in the effluent in wetlands, and the water therefore provided by wetlands is also relatively beneficial for agriculture production because of these higher levels of nutrients. In addition, wetlands are also very productive ecosystems that are capable of producing large quantities of biomass that can then be harvested and turned into into biofuels, or also biogas that is then again used, for example, for cooking. And of course, they're also beneficial in terms of addressing greenhouse gas emissions as they store significant amounts of CO2. Another example for nature-based solutions are catchment management approaches. And one example that we present here on this slide is one from Eastern Africa, from the Tana River Basin, which is a major river basin in Kenya. The Tana River Basin is particularly important for drinking water supply. It provides roughly, provides drinking water to roughly 9 million people, in particular to the city of Nairobi. It is also an important basin in terms of hydropower generation, as it provides 70% of the country's hydropower. And lastly, also for the agricultural sector, it is important as it provides important water for agricultural irrigation. Now, the basin is characterized by very steep hillsides that are adjacent to the river and streams of the basin. And most of these steep hillside adjacent to the waters have been converted to agricultural land over the past decades. Unfortunately, a lot of this agriculture here is practiced in a rather unsustainable way. And in combination with this unsustainable agriculture production processes, as in combination with these very steep hillsides, has resulted in huge problem of erosion and high silt levels in the water. You can see this on this picture here, the characteristic brownish reddish color of the water indicates very high levels of silt. Now these high level of silts have negative impacts on the hydropower sector and on the water on the water sector in general. For instance, the high levels of silt have significantly reduced the capacity of hydropower reservoirs, and also increase the necessity to regularly take these additional sands out of these reservoirs, which of course increases the financial costs. And it has also increased the costs for water treatment for Nairobi, as additional filtering process had to be included, again raising the costs for water treatment. Now, to address this problem, the water of high silt levels, the Upper Tana Nairobi Water Fund was launched in the year 2015. Water funds generally are founded on the principle that it is cheaper to prevent water problems at the source rather than it is to address them further downstream. So according to this principle, the fund here in Kenya provides money for a range of upstream interventions to improve agricultural production in a more sustainable way. Measures that have been implemented here include terracing, reforestation, and then also improved farm management practices. For instance, farmers have been encouraged to plant strips of grass and other plants amongst their fields to increase the water retention potential of the soil and to decrease the flushing away of surface topsoil during events of high rain. And that, of course, has benefited the hydropower sector as well as the water supply, because costs could be reduced here, as I initially mentioned. And additionally, these interventions also help to climate change adaptation, as they've increased the carbon storage and also increased the resilience to climate change, which in this part of Kenya is projected to play out primarily via more heavy and rain events and more frequent heavy rain events, which would eventually, of course, increase the problem of siltation and washing away of top soil surface areas. Now let's move to some solutions within the governance context. First, there are tools that can, they're basically tools that can be located within the regulatory context, or instruments that have more of a financial component. With regard to the regulatory instruments, we have here mentioned two examples that could be employed, one being impact assessments that can be used to systematically capture impacts of interventions, such as infrastructure interventions, on the other water, energy, food sectors. Secondly, there are also regulatory instruments in form of standards. There's a broad range of standards that you could think of, such as an example given here, wastewater treatment or water reuse standards that can be employed to create really incentives to, or not incentives, but regulations to use resources more efficiently, or also imposing some reusing standards. The second part of instruments, financial instruments, again here there is a broad range of potential tools that could be employed. We just mentioned two, one being water user charges, which are usually levied by public authorities for services provided for water supply and treatment, which can provide important incentives, if set at the right level, for using water more efficiently, also in the agriculture and the energy sector. And they can also be useful incentives for industry to implement reuse technologies for water resources. And then lastly, subsidies can also be an important governance tool if you link subsidies to resource efficiencies. For example, in the agricultural sector, if you link subsidies to an more efficient use of water and energy resources, or more generally also for environmental concerns. Now, we are aware that subsidies are, of course, a very controversial subject, and that in reality today, we unfortunately often see that subsidies also have negative impacts on other sectors. If we, for instance, look at the agricultural sector, which is heavily subsidized in large parts of the world, in particular in Europe, but also the United States, we see that these come often with little or no conditions regarding other water energy or with regards to other sectors, and have often negative impacts on aspects such as water quality, or also the water availability for other sectors such as energy production. We've mentioned some examples in that before. So the focus here, if we talk about subsidies, really needs to be on subsidies that support efficient use of resources and that consider trade-offs to other sectors and make them actually a condition for receiving subsidies. Let's maybe mention some examples. An example presented here on this slide are agriculture subsidies in Brazil. Since the year 2008, all subsidy not all, actually, that's not correct, but the majority of subsidies provided to farmers in Brazil is linked to fulfilling certain environmental criteria. The main agricultural subsistence tools that are used in Brazil are rural credits that aim to improve agricultural productivity and also aim to manage risks that are connected to harvest failures, for instance. For farmers to receive these subsidized credits, they have to fulfill requirements of the so-called Rural Environmental Registry. In short, in the acronym here, the Spanish one is CAR, or the acronym is CAR. So to get government subsidies, or these credits that are subsidized, landowners have to implement certain measures, including to maintain a certain percentage of their farm as forest area. And additionally, they also have to preserve certain areas permanently. These are, for instance, areas that are, how do you say, adjacent to rivers and ponds. The margins of rivers and ponds, as well as also slope areas, have to be preserved permanently by farmers. They are not allowed to use them for growing crops or for feeding the animals. They have to be preserved. And the main objective really from the Brazilian government here is to stop deforestation, which is a big problem in Brazil, and even to also reverse deforestation to meet the country's greenhouse gas emission objectives. But it of course has also benefits for water quality and other issues. I think it's an interesting example of how agricultural subsidies can be used to pursue objectives of environmental conservation and also protecting water resources. The last part of governance solutions that we want to briefly touch upon are broadly planning approaches. We here distinguish between policy coordination and strategic policy planning. Policy coordination has already been very briefly mentioned by Annika in her first presentation. They can, for instance, comprise organizational structures and procedures which are capable of guaranteeing some form of consultation and coordination between different sectoral units, for instance, in form of cross-ministerial or departmental working groups that enable collaboration between sectors in dealings with policies or various forms of stakeholder participation are another example. While this policy coordination today is really the more dominant form of policy planning across sectors, at least in cases where coordination exists at all, there are also forms that are here labeled as strategic policy planning. And strategic plannings are types of cross-sectoral policy planning that outline more long-term policy goals that go beyond one specific sector and that are therefore also developed through a much broader process of stakeholder participation and a broader consultation also of the public. The advantage of these type of strategic policy plannings from a Nexus perspective is that views from different sectors are included in policy planning processes from a very beginning and reflect potential trade-offs, but also synergies at a very early stage of planning. The challenge maybe that comes with more strategic policy planning is that it usually takes much longer time and is often also a bit more costly because it does involve a larger number of stakeholders that often also, of course, have opposing or at least varying objectives very often, sometimes even opposing, and also different values very often. So that makes the strategic policy planning approach more long-term and often also a slightly more costly process, but to the benefit that Nexus perspectives are included from the very beginning. In this last slide that I want to show you, I want to give you a very brief example of a strategic approach, again from Africa, the Southern African National Waste Management Strategy that was launched in South Africa last year. This waste management strategy was developed under the lead of the Department of Forestry and Fisheries and the Environment, but with a very broad cooperation of other sectors, including the energy sector, the land, food sector, and also the Department of Water was included in this process, and also included consultation with the broader public in South Africa itself. Now, this waste management strategy sets out or starts by outlining very overarching development goals that it wants to reach or at least contribute to with the strategy. Also outlines some key principles, and then moves in to describing a strategic approach to reach these goals. And this approach is a really cross-sectoral one, which includes, amongst others, the waste sector, but also the agriculture sector and the energy sector, and of course also the environmental sector. So because of that, it really throughout the strategy addresses key interlinkages between water, energy, and food and the environment. For instance, it outlines the objectives and also very specific measures to promote energy recovery from sewage and organic waste. It explains activities to prevent food waste, which is seen as a key pillar in the strategy to minimize waste. It has a very prominent and central role with a lot of activities outlined. And lastly, it also makes an effort to promote products and packaging that reduce waste or encourage reuse and repair as well as recycling to minimize resource use, including water and energy resources, which are an increasingly scarce resource in South Africa. And with this last slide, I would now hand over to my colleague Annika again, who in the last part of our session will shed a light on some assessment tools and the use of Nexus assessment tools for decision support. Annika, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Sabine. I was just thinking I could see, you probably couldn't see it while we were presenting, but there were some questions in the question and answer section. So I don't know whether Omar or Ali.
Yes, do you like to answer the question now?
Yeah, I think because after we will now switch to another topic, and then I think after that there will not be time for answering questions. So
maybe we can take some questions, not all of them for sure, because
yeah.
And maybe later on we will publish all the answers to all the questions, most of them, at least in our website and also on the website of JZ. there is some question. I think there is a good question here. How do you explain, why region with the most agricultural water withdrawal are those that mostly practice rainfall agriculture? This is the first of the questions here.
Maybe I can come in here, and Sabine can add if she likes. I think we have to look at this questions from the supply side. So looking at how much water is available. So if we are in a very water scarce region, the reason why there is rain-fed agriculture might be because there's not enough water for irrigation, or because rural development is not, or the agricultural sector is not as developed, maybe because there's a lack of energy or electricity supply or other development that is important, so that it could be turned into irrigated agriculture. So while it on the first look at it, it seems that it doesn't make sense, but I think the resource base is the answer here to that question.
Yes, thank you. And then there's another question. I think it's also how the WEFE Nexus approach can help to find the optimal solution between increasing food production and maintaining water availability for other sectors. So this is the goal of the Nexus.
Yeah, I think it's a very good question. How to find an optimal solution. I think some of the tools that are helpful here are modeling tools that can help an optimal solution. I think that will be addressed primarily also in some of the presentations tomorrow.
And even this afternoon also. Yeah.
Yes. Yeah. And even if if we just look at two components and finding an optimal solution here, that still might not necessarily be the optimal solution if we look at other sectors as well. So I think this will always require a consultation process amongst a broad range of stakeholders within the policy field, but also beyond that, I think, to really discuss also and bring in the different values and perspective of stakeholders. I think we should also not just base Nexus solution on purely optimal modeling results, but really consider also values and interests of stakeholders. I think that's crucial here as well. I don't know, Annika, if you want to add to that.
No, I think you answered this really well, and I would just like to highlight that the question of what is the optimal solution is also very much a political decision on how the different objectives are given priority to.
Yes, Omar, have we time? Because maybe we can include in another question.
You can take one more question and then go to the next presentation.
Yeah, I select because maybe we have the like on the question, but I will select the following one. It's about the effect of climate change on the ecosystem, especially blooming of blue-green algae and its toxin production and safe drinking water production. This is the effect of climate change on the ecosystem. It's mainly for the blooming and of blue-green algae and its toxicity. Maybe it's.
It's a very specific question.
Yeah,
yes,
it can be.
Yeah.
I mean, this can be a Nexus issue if you consider that nutrients are often discharged to surface waters from agricultural soils. So diffuse sources of nutrient pollution come from agricultural soils if fertilizer use or even the use of manure is not done in a sustainable way. And this, of course, if you've got nutrient-rich surface waters, then with increasing temperatures, you've got increased production of algae, and this again can have negative impacts not only on drinking water production but also on fisheries. So there again, it's also an impact from one component of the food system to another, agricultural production, to another component of the food system, fisheries, and of course also drinking water. So this could also be considered a nexus issue, also keeping in mind that energy production is one of the main sources of climate change or greenhouse gas emissions.
Okay, thank you. We have more questions, but maybe we have no time, Omar.
Yeah, I guess there are several questions, but
we can maybe
we may highlight the most relevant ones for this session. Probably towards the end of this session, but as I can see, there are several questions, but not all of them are specific to this session. So I would suggest that we go to the next presentation now, and then try to identify the most relevant questions for session number 1, try to answer them. If not, we can, of course, arrange for the answer, and so we will announce how to provide answers for those questions towards the end of the next presentation. So we go to the next presentation, please. I think, Annika, it's your presentation.
Okay, thank you very much then. And thank you also for all the participants for providing those interesting questions. I think it's always nice to have a bit of discussion in between long presentations, especially if we are in a virtual setting where it's otherwise difficult to interact. So thanks for your questions, and thanks for the moderators for facilitating this. So let me start with the last part of this session 1. Somehow this didn't start with the first slide, but now I hope you can see the slide and not all the notes.
Yes.
So we are coming to the 3rd chapter of our introductory sessions, in which we would like to introduce a few assessment tools and the role that Nexus assessment can play to support decision making. Before I go into more detail of different tools and their objectives, I would like to highlight that Nexus assessments are not only valuable in order to gain a better understanding of water, energy, and food securities, the current state and future issues, but they can also bring a number of broader benefits. For example, looking at Nexus issues in intersectoral dialogue can help to develop shared priorities, identify shared issues and synergies and trade-offs, so also to increase the understanding between sectors. Based on this, of course, the various sectors can also identify cross-sectoral Nexus solutions, such as, for example, renewable energy projects that bring benefits for the energy sector, but also agriculture. If we think, for example, at solar-powered irrigation systems that can also support rural electrification, or sustainable catchment management, like in the Tana basin that Sabine has just presented. And by looking at these assessments together, also joint possibilities for investments in infrastructure can be discussed and identified. Looking at a Nexus and assessing the interconnections and the synergies can also help to initiate or broaden or revise existing coordination cooperation frameworks, such as, for example, in transboundary basins, but even other aspects like cooperation agreements between agricultural associations and water supply utilities, for etc. And they can help to broaden these frameworks by bringing in additional sectors or additional aspects and highlighting potential synergies that can be achieved through further coordination, as for example in the transboundary basins, and that which I have addressed also in a question previously. Nexus assessments can also provide insights on the impacts of policies and strategic decisions, especially through modeling and scenario development, on key questions related, for example, to the optimization of resource uses. So to respond to also one of the questions in the Q&A, and to infrastructure planning. Nexus assessments need to look at interlinkages at a horizontal level, but also at a vertical level. And this illustration that you see here, we have actually borrowed from a publication by Bassel et al. From 2017, and you will hear Bassel and also Rabi Mohtar in this afternoon, where they will go into much more detail about assessing Nexus situations and developments in through modeling. So I don't know if Bassel is here, but thanks for for providing this very good illustration. I think that shows how assessments need to look at horizontal interlinkages, but also vertical interlinkages. We have already talked a lot about the horizontal linkages across sectors, water, energy, and food, but also the environment and other economic sectors. Examples of relevant questions at the various spatial scales from local to global could be, for example, at the global scale, assessments could answer the question of what are the global impacts on food prices that allocation of corn for ethanol production in major corn producing countries could have. Or at a regional scale, the question that the Nexus assessment could answer is what are the impacts of increasing agricultural production in upstream countries of basins on hydropower production in downstream countries. On the national scale, where we look a lot at national policies, Nexus assessment could help assess the impacts, for example, of promoting renewable energy on water quantity and quality, as for example, if we use hydropower, but also if we look at biomass production or biogas production, which can also have impacts on water quality. And at the local scale, questions could address, or the assessment could address the question, how would sustainable agricultural practices impact water availability and quality? For example, if you use more water productive agricultural practices such as agroecology, how does that impact the available water and also quality from reduced fertilizer use? In order to ensure that Nexus assessment provide information that is relevant for decision making, the questions addressed by research must be relevant, and the answers must be provided in a language that is understandable for policy and decision makers. On the other hand, of course, the decision makers need to be open for expert advice and need to actively consult experts and scientific studies to base their decision making on those insights. This policy relevance, or bridging this science policy gap, as it's often called, can be supported by accompanying Nexus assessment through stakeholder dialogues. This will not only ensure that the science actually meets the needs and the questions that decision and policymakers have, but also to include stakeholder knowledge and local knowledge into the assessments, and also into, of course, the identification of solutions. Now, if we look at Nexus assessments, they can in general have different scopes. They can focus on analyzing the context of the Nexus. So what is the current situation in the Nexus sectors? What are the securities, and what's the status of the resource base, and how are they interlinked? They can also look at assessing impacts of changes on the Nexus situation and interlinkages. They can then do that by developing development or policy scenarios, and analyzing, or if possible, even quantifying the impacts that those development scenarios or policy tools could have on the sectors, and of course also on the overall sustainability. Last but not least, Nexus assessment can look at specific interventions. If you introduce, for example, solar-powered irrigation systems, or biogas production from agricultural wastes, one can look at how these specific interventions, how efficient they are in terms of resource use, but also in terms of their social, economic, and environmental impacts. And of course, you can look at specific interventions, but also it can help compare different interventions and choose one or the other option. There are a number of approaches to assess Nexus systems, and the tools range from collaborative or participatory tools, such as workshops or questionnaires, focus group discussions, which can often help to understand the interlinkages, and also some of the effects that are probably not quantifiable, or where no data exists. Indicator frameworks can be very helpful in getting a structured view on the Nexus situation, and also to measure changes. Visualization tools can help to qualitatively conceptualize the main components of the Nexus system and also the interlinkages. Whereas modeling tools can provide a more detailed assessment, and in the best case even do assess the different, or the interlinkages between the different components in a quantitative manner. We shouldn't forget, however, that governance and the policy frameworks are also the governance and policy frameworks are also very relevant in achieving Nexus, or improving the Nexus situation, in implementing Nexus solutions. And often the problem also lies in the governance of the various sectors. So often policies are not coherent. So assessing policies for their coherence can also be a start for identifying solutions to improve that situation that hinders Nexus solutions. Now, looking at the context analysis, at the question of what is the current situation. In doing so, and this probably also came through already in the various tools that I mentioned, we need to look at various aspects. We need to look at the current state of the water, energy, and food security and the pressures on the natural resource systems. But we also need to look at the socioeconomic situations, on expected developments, existing trends and drivers that drive change of the resource systems, including, for example, climate change, but also economic development. We need to understand the interconnections between the various securities and also between the resource systems. And as I mentioned, we need to look at the governance framework, at existing policies and strategies, the extent to which resource use is regulated, etc. In order to get a better idea of how the situation might change in the future, we should also look at planned investments, at acquisitions, at planned reforms or large-scale infrastructure that can give us an idea of Nexus issues that will probably come up in the future. And of course, we need to look at the key stakeholders and decision makers and user groups and the existing coordination mechanisms to better understand which interests play out, or actors' interests and stakeholder interests and perceptions play out in the Nexus system. One way to do a context analysis or to get an initial idea of the existing Nexus situation is our Nexus indicators. And one example that I've put here is the WEFE Nexus index that has been developed by the Water Research Commission of South Africa together with IHE Delft. It provides information on a number of sectoral indicators that describe the sectoral resource securities on a national level. It's on this website, wefnexusindex.org. You can get information on water, energy, and food security, and a combined WEFE Nexus index for most countries of the world, in which they have collected information on all the indicators that you can see here on the slide that describe the security situation for the three compartments. This can help in assessing national progress relating to integrated resource management, as well as supporting decision making in policy development, as they can identify whether one specific pillar, be it water or energy or food, has or is performing relatively low as compared to the other pillars. So then, I mean, investments or policy efforts can be put on this one pillar, while of course keeping in mind the interconnections and the impacts that might have on the other pillars. While those indicators were only sectoral, there are, of course, where it also becomes really interesting is if we look at cross-sectoral indicators of all those interlinkages, where Sabine has presented some global and regional numbers in her presentation. There are fewer examples of cross-sectoral indicator frameworks for the Nexus assessments. And also those will have to be adapted to the existing Nexus issues that are most interesting for one case, or they also very much depend on what the overall goals of development or any solution or investment or infrastructure development would be. So they have to really be carefully chosen depending on the existing situation and goals. Having said that, there are still a few Nexus, cross-sectoral Nexus indicators, where also data is available from existing databases such as the World Bank Global Development Indicator database or the FAO. And some of those examples are the total fossil energy consumption in agriculture, or total energy consumption per agricultural gross production value, or the area under agricultural water management as a percentage of irrigation potential. There's also some data on the share of monitoring sites in agriculture areas that exceed recommended drinking water limits for nitrate, phosphorus, and pesticides in surface water and groundwater. So an indicator that gives an idea of agricultural impact on water quality. And of course, indicators of agricultural water productivity and water use efficiency in different sectors, not only agriculture, but also industry and energy. So that's the indicators. As I mentioned, also visualization tools can be helpful in qualitatively assessing the interconnections in our Nexus systems. And they can also be very helpful as a basis for participatory analysis. The example that we have included here in this slide has been provided by Mesa et al. And in this tool, the systems or sectors are treated as separate units, and each compartment is further divided into subcomponents. So for example, surface and groundwater, renewable and non-renewable energy sources, and food production and biofuels in the food compartment. The relative size of each of those subcomponents can be an indicator of sensitivity. So it can highlight components of a system where changes in this component can cause significant changes in other components. The arrows indicate the influence or supply and demand from one compartment to the other, and the size or the thickness of the arrows can be used to communicate the magnitudes of supply or demand. And if you see that from one section of or one compartment, there will be many arrows leading to other compartments, then you can get an idea that this indicates potential conflict over existing resources in that or conflict or competition over resources relevant for this compartment. This visualization tool was developed to mainly raise awareness and support stakeholder discussions to provide decision support at the river basin scale, but it can of course also be applied to any other scale. As I mentioned earlier, the policy framework also is often very relevant for causing Nexus trade-offs or for providing opportunities to preventing trade-offs. And a tool for assessing the impact for assessing the policy coherence of Nexus relevant policies has been developed by the ZIM4 Nexus project that will also be presented on tomorrow, I think. So building on a scoring system that has been developed by Nilsson et al., which you can see here in the colored circles. This scoring system assesses the trade-offs from the score -3, which is that one policy objective is actually canceling or the other policy objective. So it ranges from -3 to -2 counteracting and -1 constraining, and allows to score the synergies from +1 to +3. This scoring system is then used for pairwise assessment of policy objectives that are included in relevant sectoral policies. Always asking of what happens to objective X if we make progress on objective Y. In the SIM4Nexus project, this was used to assess the coherence of EU policies. And like this assessed, for example, what would happen if we make progress on EU water policy objective W for water 2, if we make progress on energy objective 5. So the water policy objective number 2 that was identified from the water policy is the objective to ensure sufficient supply of good quality surface water and groundwater for people's needs, the economy, and the environment. And if we make progress on energy objective 5, which in the EU and energy-related policies is to increase hydro energy production, we can see that this has been scored as being indivisibly linked also to making progress on the aforementioned water policy goal. These assessments were based on expert judgment, on existing literature, and also on modeling as far as possible. So this is a tool of how the coherence between different policies can be assessed. Now, looking at more integrated Nexus assessment frameworks, one example is the Transboundary River Basin Nexus approach that was developed under the UNECE Water Convention, and that uses the various of the tools that I have just mentioned. So it uses indicators to understand the context, the socioeconomic context, and also to analyze the key sectors that are relevant for the Nexus issue in the basin. This assessment is then complemented by an opinion-based questionnaires that collect assessment from experts and stakeholders on the intersectoral issues that are relevant in the basin. And based on these different assessments, the indicators and the opinion-based questionnaire, then stakeholder dialogues are carried out to jointly identify solutions. So while this assessment focuses on assessing the context, it goes a step further by using this context assessment for stakeholder engagement and identifying solutions which can then be further assessed through further assessment tools. And with this, we come to the second scope of Nexus assessments that I have mentioned. So assessing the impacts of changes, the impacts that that development or policy scenarios can have on other sectors and on sustainability. Assessing these impacts is usually done through modeling. And while we will hear much more about modeling in the afternoon, I'll give a short introduction on modeling tools. First of all, I would like to point out that simulation models are actually widely used to assess the Nexus, and especially in order to understand the interconnections between the Nexus components and drivers of change. Models can be used to simulate physical processes such as groundwater recharge, rainfall runoff generation, and climate, but also to understand socio-ecological systems such as food production and water requirements, water and energy demand, or reservoir use for energy generation and irrigation. However, when we base our decisions on the outcomes of models, we need to be aware that the uncertainties that are included in the assumptions also need to be considered when looking at the results of modeling. So those uncertainties need to be taken into account. So while models sometimes give the idea that they provide very clear numbers and answers to the questions at hand, we need to think of the uncertainties that are inherent to those, because some of the assumptions were connected with uncertainties. There's basically 3 different approaches of modeling tools to assess the WEFE Nexus. First, there can be fully integrated multi-resource modeling tools in which the interlinkages can be investigated with the use of only a single software. Or another approach is to extend single system models with additional components for other sectors. Or a more widely used approach is to combine single models, sectoral models, through soft linking. Indeed, there is a large scope of available simulation models, sectoral simulation models that can help to assess the interconnections between the different sectors through soft linking. And these models include, for example, the WEEP Water Evaluation and Planning System, or LEAP, the Low Emission Analysis Platform, the Global Agroecological Zones model by the FAO, or the open source energy modeling system, or CropWatt, developed by FAO to compute crop water requirements. Which of these models, and then of course there is adapted models for different basins or regional or basin models that have been prepared if we think of hydrological systems, or local models for other aspects. The appropriate selection of the models to be used for Nexus assessment will depend on of course the system to be analyzed, and which refers to the spatial but also the temporal scales that are relevant for the question at hand. So are we looking at managing resources in the short term, or are we looking at longer term strategies, or even the impacts of climate change, which of course require longer time horizons? It will also depend on the expected outcome of the modeling exercise, as I mentioned, depending on whether I want to look at how the Nexus system will change in general, or how different solutions will affect the different compartments. And it will also depend on available data and existing know-how. One example, a framework that makes use of existing models, is the Climate, Land Use, Energy and Water Systems, the CLUES framework, that has been applied in a number of case studies at different scales, from local to national, but also basin, regional, and global. It was initially introduced by the International Atomic Energy Agency, so it came from the energy sector, to conduct an integrated system analysis of a biofuel chain and its impacts on other compartments. It has then been further developed under the leadership of the Swedish Royal Institute of Technology, KTH, in collaboration with a number of leading international institutions, including FAO and others. the initial aim of the CLUES project was to develop an integrated system approach to assess interconnections, to determine the effects that changes in one sector, and here especially the energy sector, might have on other sectors, but also to identify counterintuitive feedbacks. So some of the trade-offs or probably even synergies that one did not have thought about from the beginning. And like this to of course highlight potential synergetic solutions and how to overcome the trade-offs that are related. The end goal of the CLUES modeling has always been to inform policy design and planning processes, or the assessment of policies and the elaboration of policy recommendations. Therefore, it highlights the need for a collaborative approach, including various stakeholders. One example has been the application of the CLUES framework for Nexus challenges in Burkina Faso, but I will jump this now because I see we are running late in time, and I still want to come to the last scope of Nexus assessment that looks at specific interventions. And here I would like to quickly introduce an approach that has been developed by the Food and Agriculture Organization, FAO, of the United Nations. They have developed already in 2014 a Nexus rapid appraisal tool that uses indicators to assess different interventions. Based on different indicators, sectoral performance scores are calculated in 5 categories: on water, energy, food and land, labor, and capital. And in this index, 1 represents low performance with regard to that category, and 5 indicates high performance with regard to the specific Nexus aspects. And the results of the assessment are then visualized in a spider chart, as you can see here. A high score indicates that the intervention has a high impact on the respective Nexus component, while a score close to 1 means the impact is low, and 0 would mean that the intervention was not assessed for this particular Nexus component. The area of the polygon is then a measure of the overall performance of the intervention. The smaller the size of the polygon, the smaller the impact of the intervention on the Nexus aspects. This figure shows an example of a real intervention. And in this case, it looked at the intervention on grid wind energy for water desalination for agriculture. And it was assessed that this intervention would have low impact on energy resources as it is generating renewable energy and energy is used efficiently, and a low impact on water resources as it's not using fresh water, and the treated water is transformed efficiently into food. But it was assessed as having a high impact on food and land, as you can see. And this was assessed like this because the land area occupied was considered as being rather large. But it's using labor and capital quite efficiently. With this approach, it is also possible to look at different interventions, as you can see here, where you can see the black polygon that assesses the intervention mentioned below. And in the background colors, you can see of what is the existing Nexus security situation. So if you can see in this case, the existing situation regarding food security is red, so it's an issue, whereas the costs are in general, so the economic situation is green, so it's not a major issue. So like this, you can see that one intervention shouldn't have a high impact on a Nexus compartment that's already rated as red. Yeah, for more information on this tool, you can take a look at the publication by the FAO, by Flamini et al. As I cannot go into more details here. And with that, I would like to thank you for your time and your attention. You can here find the contact information for the Global Nexus Secretariat of the Nexus Regional Dialogue Program by the GIZ. And you will definitely learn more about different Nexus assessment tools this afternoon and also tomorrow. And I wish you interesting further training. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Annika. Thank you, Sabine, for your very informative presentations and the data that you have shared with us and with all participants, which I hope, and I'm sure actually, that the information that you have shared is very valuable, very informative, and it will be of good use for all participants. Just to remind that you will, or the participants who will stay with us the 3 days, will receive the material after the end of this training. Also, you may refer to our social media and channels and our website for this event and for any further or future events that we will be continuously organizing. So if my colleagues could help me, please just present the socials for the PRIMA. Yes, here they are. So I really encourage all participants to visit our social media and our website and just follow us there. We will keep this slide for you. As I said, this event or this training is recorded, so you may refer to it on our YouTube channel. You may also visit our website to refer for this video, and of course for all the social media channels. Just follow us to be informed every time we have similar training or similar activity that could be of value for you to join and not to miss. Because today I see participants from different places in the world. I mean, for the first time, from even outside the Mediterranean area, going as far as Bangladesh, Brazil, South America, Somalia, Rwanda. So thanks for being with us today, and please try to help us to spread the word and expand our network so we can reach more researchers in our world, not only in our region. So with this, I think we will have a break. We will come back at 3 o'clock. At 3, we will start session number 2. We have Professors Rabi Mohtar and Bassel and Professor Jaouad ElKharraz as well. Thanks to Sabine again and Annika for your presentations. Thanks for all participants for remaining with us and for being with us. You may remain connected if you wish, because we will not close this this session, or if you wish to disconnect and reconnect again, it's up to you. So we are hoping that we will see you again at 3 o'clock. Thank you so much, and have a good lunch. Thank you.
هلا نهاركم سعيد.
Yo, Said. Yes, we have just 2 minutes, so maybe we have just to wait a bit to have all the participants.
Okay.
Dr. Bassel is here.
Yes, I spoke to him earlier today. If he is not logged in, he will be joining us shortly.
I'm happy to see we have more than 200 people. So it's
Yeah, it's basically the half of the morning, but maybe they will join us.
okay.
Okay, so Dr. Bassel will join us later on.
I'm not able to share my screen. Can you give me permission?
Yes, I think Wahid, please could you give the permission to Dr. Rabi? Wahid, can you hear me?
Yes, Ali, I can.
Yes.
As far as I know, like all the panelists are allowed to share directly the screen.
Yes.
Since he's a panelist, I
cannot, it's telling me I cannot share my screen. Oh, someone else is sharing. Sorry. Whoever.
That's why.
Okay.
Okay. Yeah, because we are sharing the session.
Yeah.
Okay, let's start. It's 3 o'clock p.m. Good afternoon after everybody. Good morning, Rabi, because you know it's 8 o'clock basically in USA. Sorry, because maybe it's a little bit too early for you. So this afternoon, we have a session dedicated to Nexus modeling from idea to policy making. The session will be animated by 3 eminent experts with huge experience on the Nexus. Let me start by Professor Rabi Mohtar. Professor Mohtar, he is a member of the Department of Biological and Agricultural Engineering at the Texas A&M University. And he found the Texas A&M Water Energy Food Nexus initiative since 2015. And he also served as Dean of the Faculty of Agriculture and Food Science. I think it's from 18 to 21. But also Professor Rabi, he got the first prize of Nexus this year in the framework of the WEFE Nexus Science Advanced Conference that we organized. PRIMA was organized with the European Commission, with the UFM and the Cyprus Institute. Our second expert is Dr. Jaouad ElKharraz. Jaouad ElKharraz is now the Executive Director of the Regional Center for Renewable Energy and Energy Efficiency. It's an international organization with the diplomatic status based in Cairo, with 17 Arab countries on board, which is very good. But I think that before Jaouad has been the Director of Research at the Middle East Desalination Research Center in Oman from 15 to 20, around 5 years. And he has been project manager for several projects. Last but not least, our colleagues from Texas A&M, Dr. Bassel Daher. He is a research scientist at the Texas A&M Energy Institute, and where he leads its convergence research incubator. But also Dr. Bassel, he is the co-chair of the Zero Hunger Pathway Project with the Sustainable Development Solution Network, SDSN USA. I think, thank you so much for being for us this afternoon. And as I said this afternoon, our experts will talk on the Nexus modeling. I think this morning you already have some ideas on the Nexus modeling, but this afternoon our experts will give you more information regarding the Nexus modeling. from idea to policy making. We will use the Slido, but sorry, because this morning we used the Mentimeter, but this afternoon we will use the Slido. And we shared with you the code of the Slido. So we will share it again, but don't worry for the questions and for the quiz. So without any delay, we will start by Dr. Rabi Mohtar for the first presentation, for the first chapter. Dr. Rabi, the floor is yours.
Thank you so much, Ali, for the kind introduction. It's a pleasure to be here. Good afternoon, everyone. It's really my sincere pleasure to be sharing with you some of our experiences in the Nexus modeling. As Ali mentioned, the presenters in this session of the workshop includes, beside me, Dr. Daher and Dr. ElKharraz. So the description will just give you an idea of what you will be looking at this in the next 3 hours. We'll describe the Nexus principles, starting with resource hotspot. Resource hotspots would be hotspots that are thematically or that are geographically in jeopardy in terms of the scarcity or excess of any of these resources. We'll look into problem conceptualization, identification of the system. It's important to define the system and the interlinkages and the data that's needed. Will help also identify scenarios, define an evaluation measure for assessing these scenarios, and look into some trade-off analysis protocol. The workshop will also provide detailed training on how to use the WEFE Nexus tool 2.0 and how to set scenarios, compile data, run various simulations, and compare and assess these scenarios as far as their suitability. We'll look into trade-off analysis in depth and outline steps to engage stakeholders for improved decision-making and policy-making. I think it's very important that we don't stop only at the analytics. The Nexus so far has been focused primarily on looking into tools, data, simulations, and solutions, but I think we need to really take it to the next step and look into how do we engage stakeholders, because without stakeholder engagement, there won't be any measurable impact and way forward for some of these solutions. As mentioned earlier by my dear colleague Ali, I'll talk about the theory and concepts, and then Dr. Daher will talk about a deep dive into the WEFE Nexus tool 2.0, and our dear colleague Jaouad ElKharraz will talk about taking this science to policy. I think it's important to close the loop, as many of us would say, close the loop on the Nexus, taking it all the way to action. There will be many opportunities for questions and answers. So my beginning intervention, the first module, would look into examining the water and energy food Nexus. And in particular, deliberately, I will be focusing on the Esquwa region. I've spent quite a bit of time physically in the region, but I've also done extensive work in the region. And I think it would be important that we focus on the Esquwa region. So for those of you who may not be familiar with the Esquwa region, it includes the MENA, the entire MENA region, I think with some exclusions. I think this is a term. Esquwa UN is a UN agency that's located in Beirut, and it's one of the UN for economic development in the region. A brief description of who we are, the Water Energy Food Nexus Research Group. We do work in the water energy, and we've added food and health. More recently, health has been prominent in all of what we do recently, and we, in specific, in this big framework of Nexus, we focus on green water accounting, which is an important element in the water food Nexus. We also look into the non-traditional water and looking at the impact of non-traditional water. We have a lot of engagement activities, and one thing that we have introduced recently in the last few years is a global service learning that complement the activity. I do teach a water, energy, food nexus course every spring, and I will be teaching it this January. So this is an overview of our research. In my intervention, we'll talk about, I'll introduce the Nexus. What is it? I will be spending quite a bit of time looking at obstacles and solutions at Nexus integration from multiple dimensions. And I also would like to highlight a regional perspective. I think regional integration has been discussed extensively by many of us, but there hasn't been a deep dive into what does it mean and look at regional perspectives in the water, energy, food nexus. I'll give you an overview of the decision support system. What are some of the tools available out there, and a very brief description. And then, of course, my colleague Bassel will give you a deep dive into the WEFE Nexus tool 2.0. I will close by looking at water for energy production as a policy guide, because this is something that will guide the region in terms of investment in this area and how does it impact food production. So as a start, a grouping of the Arab countries in the ESCWA region, depending on how energy intensive water extraction and delivery is. Many of us would group the region into several classifications, and I will later on you'll see different grouping based on different hotspots. But for this one, energy intensity for water extraction, it's important we start looking into these, because this is how the definition of the nexus and interlinkages starts to emerge. So the first classification is high energy demand countries, that depends primarily on groundwater and on desalination. That would be the GCC. A lot of energy is being invested there in pumping, but also in the desalination, which is high energy intensive. The second category would be medium energy demand countries that depend on a mix of resources. This would be groundwater pumping, such as in Jordan, Lebanon, Tunisia, and Yemen. A lot of pumping, but also a mixture of surface and other resources. The third would be low energy demand countries such as Egypt and Syria. They depend primarily on surface water. This is, of course, the Euphrates and the Nile is predominantly used as a source of water. It's important to have these maps, because it gives us an idea of where are the hotspots available for our use in this region. Looking into a kind of conceptualization of the nexus, there are many conceptualization, and every one of them is good enough to look into the system. But I think I'm going to start with this conceptualization that looks into a broader picture of the energy, water, food. And as I mentioned earlier, we've added health as another area of focus, because at the end of the day, especially with the Sustainable Development Goals, health of people, health of the ecosystem it's all it's about. So the One Health concept has been integrated in most of the recent work we've been looking into the nexus. So I'm not going to dwell a lot, because this is something that you probably have seen earlier. How is the water and energy and food are related? But I'd like to point out that there is a bigger system that governs these relationships. And this is, of course, the rising economies, and rising economies implies different levels of intensity of using water, using energy, using food. Of course, climate change is a big driver. Global population is another big driver. International trade is important to highlight here, because at least in the context of what I will be discussing further, a lot of the virtual water trade, a lot of food, a lot of energy trade exists there. So we have to put that into context. Last but not least is governance. When we talk about the water, the energy, the food, and I'll highlight this extensively later in my presentation, governance is very important because of the coherence and lack of coherence in managing water, energy, food, and health per se, because without a coherence in this policy governance issues, it's very difficult to really manage this nexus. And this is something that we have to be dealing with for years to come. So what are the principles for the water, energy, food nexus? Those are, I would say, basic principles across all of these conceptualization. The first is to be inclusive of all stakeholders and create a dialogue. When we talk about stakeholders, I'd like to highlight here the vertical stakeholders at different scales, but also the horizontal stakeholders that cuts across all of the resource nexus. So this is an inclusive process, and this is why the nexus is important, because of its inclusivity in terms of including all those stakeholders that are involved in the resource nexus. But also I've added here creating the dialogue. I did mention earlier that stakeholder engagement is important, and that's one of the criteria that we must include in nexus discussion. The second is be quantitative and provide clear indicators for decision makers in the policy making process. So we need to move beyond conceptualization. The first slide I showed you, the previous slide, talks about a conceptualization. So we need to move from conceptualization into quantification of these interlinkages, and also start providing and defining a clear indicator for how are you going to assess these measures and decision-making, policy-making process. Before we start looking into the analysis, we need to identify and define clear indicators. I think it's also important because we define the criteria before we start the measurement of the criteria or measurement of the analysis and the assessment. Third, be evidence-based and create synergy for data generation and sharing. We need to have and this is also related to the stakeholder engagement. We need to be evidence-based and create synergy between the water, energy, food, and data generation for sharing. And this also goes along with the engagement of the stakeholders. The fourth is to build on current structures and scenarios rather than have a substitution approach. And it's very important I dwell on this, because when we first introduced the Nexus, there was a lot of pushback from the disciplines that the Nexus is here to take over the current structures. It's not the case. The Nexus is a means of connecting the dots. It's a platform to really integrate these resources into a bigger system. So we need not to think of creating additional silos. We need to build on the current structure and create that synergy, that communication, that engagement with the current disciplines. I would say that we face the same experience in the academia. Back 20-25 years ago, when the push for interdisciplinarity came, the disciplines were afraid that interdisciplinarity will take over. Let me say something, that interdisciplinarity cannot exist without disciplines, and the Nexus cannot exist without a strong resource nexus. And so it's not here to replace, but it's to strengthen and to create that coherence among those disciplines. I'm going to move into the obstacles and solution. I'm going to go holistically into several of these obstacles and solution. I'm going to start with the silo thinking and with the lack of coherence, because this is a very important obstacle, and how identifying that obstacle is important for us to really identify solutions for that obstacle. So the first, I'll start with the silo or fragmented approach arise from the competition between urban and rural local governments and inadequate management coordination. So the competition, and it could be other competition beside the urban and rural. There could be several competition, but I'm going to highlight here that the urban and rural local government and inadequate management coordination, one of those highlights and one of those bottlenecks in the silo thinking. So once we define competition as an obstacle, the solution immediately goes in mind, how do we create this environment for synergy between these silos, or between these disciplines, between these governance elements. So the fragmentation coming from competition, the solution immediately would be identifying this synergy. Second, how to best allocate water to meet the need for calls for finding synergies and trade-off across all sectors. We need to look into this synergy that allow us to go beyond the competition and allow us to accept some of these trade-offs across all of these sectors. Moving into the second obstacle, which is data gaps, especially in particular, when we look into the ESCWA region, data gaps is critical, it's important, and we need to identify ways in which we can overcome that. So lack of coordination is due to poor or non-existing data regarding the availability, demand, and regulations of primary resources. Primary resources here refer to water, energy, food, and health. The absence of this information can make the Nexus implementation very inefficient. And I think data has been identified as a major gap and major obstacle in the Nexus implementation. Identifying this would really be a first step towards defining how can we augment existing data with additional data and what type of data we will be looking at. Specifically, this question will be highlighted later because we cannot talk about data in vacuum. We have to talk about data when it comes to what questions we're asking, who's asking that question, what system we're looking at, and looking into detailed description of the model and the framework of the model that allow us to identify exactly what are the data we're looking at. Again, these inefficiencies can carry across sectors and make it hard for governments to respond adequately to demand and stresses. It's important here that we promote the Nexus as a way forward for governments and for policymakers, for decision makers to really promote their science-based, evidence-based policy making. And I think it's important that the Nexus is viewed in that lens. Moving into other obstacles and solution, technological barriers. And this is also important in our ESCWA region. And I would highlight here that technologies I'm referring to here are technologies that are developed for the specific specificities of the region. I'll give several examples. The region is not known for developing technologies, it's known for importing technologies. And I think this is one of the bigger challenges we face in the region, that most of these technologies are not necessarily targeted for the local conditions. So technologies and existing infrastructure is in most of the developing countries are inefficient. Many of these because of lack of technology to start with, but it's also is a reflection that this technology is not developed for the purpose of the region itself. And this is why it's important for us to realize the only way out is to promote innovations in technology and governance system that will help countries move forward towards sustainable development goals and sustainable growth. Innovation and targeted innovation that allow the region to develop their own technologies that are targeted to their own needs. Example is the production of solar energy in the desert areas for many MENA region and the effect of dust storms. If we're importing technology from Germany as an example, Germany does not have a huge issue with dust. So dust management in many of the Gulf countries, for example, I lived there for many years. I know what does that mean in terms of the reducing the energy efficiency. So the innovation and localizing this technology development is important. I'll come back to this important issue later when we talk about capacity building. Moving into another obstacle and the obstacle and solution is the lack of negotiation and communication tool and skills. I always mention that in many of my classes that the future future utility manager, in the past, that utility manager is a technocrat, somebody who graduated in civil engineering, in agricultural engineering, or other disciplines, would manage utilities. I think in the future, we'll be looking at different type of skill set that allow utility managers, for example, to be a negotiation, having negotiation and communication skills that enable them to be in the hub at the center of a conflict resolution among many sectors. So I think this is an area that the Nexus has showed us that this is important to highlight. So reaching the water energy security requires that all sectors find a common platform to agree on what their national security goals are. And for us to really reach that consensus, you need a communication, you need a negotiation skill, you need a conflict resolution people that allow to communicate these. Later on, we talk about trade-off analysis. And with trade-off, there are winners and losers. And you need someone in the Nexus community to be able to have the good communication and negotiation skills to allow them to communicate these outcomes and to share the benefit, but also share the risks. So the lack of communication tools and skills, different institution government users do not communicate to each other well. This is another level of communication across the sectors. Unclear interface between science and policy making. This is another layer of communication, which Dr. ElKharraz will talk about it extensively. And decision making not to have appropriate tools to analyze the trade-off. This is something important that we communicate the trade-off analysis, the stakeholder engagement is an important element of this, as I mentioned earlier, and that requires communication. A water, energy, food nexus approach is an important tool to create a platform for dialogue and facilitate a better integration of scientific data and policy consideration. All of these issues requires an in-depth negotiation skill, communication skill, and conflict resolution skills. When I was preparing this presentation, I was looking at the war and conflict. Remind me, if I forget, I would be happy to share with you a paper that it's just published last week in Water International. And in that paper, I talked about a need for us to look at a different water management platform, a water management protocol. Let me share with you something that I mean, what you see today in the Nile River Basin, in the Euphrates River Basin, in many of the, in India, Pakistan, in Colorado, in Texas, a lot of these mega transboundary water bodies are governed by regulations and protocols that are developed many years ago. Water rights have been with us for many years, but we need to have a new protocol for engaging transboundary water. And in that, the old, what I call the old management model for distributing water across various stakeholders is not going to work. We need a different model. We need a different model. And the simple fact is our water resources, especially rivers and surface water, that is declining because of many factors. We'll talk about it later. And our demand is also reducing. So the allocation and the allocative model is dead. We need to look at different model for dividing water across multiple stakeholders to avoid water and conflict. And I just finished that, the paper is published. We'll be happy to share that with you. It talks about a different model for transboundary water that is based on water values, that's based on synergy across sectors, that is based across on synergies among participating countries. So I think we need to evolve into a different model for transboundary water. Because the reason for this, because the impact of water scarcity and energy insecurity are exaggerated by regional conflict. We cannot afford to continue with business as usual. Energy and water insecurity combined with other global issues risk fueling conflict, and thinking systematically about the oil and water conflict in the region will allow us to craft intelligent foreign policy. Again, this has implication on foreign policy. So the Nexus does have an implication on foreign policy, and this is also a message that I'd like to disseminate. It's also is a platform to create cooperation and implement technology that support efficient production and consumption of resources. So the Nexus has a role to play in war and conflict. And I think this is something that also a message that needs to be disseminated. I also would like, in terms of the obstacles and solution, highlight the production and consumption behavior. Let me state one thing, that our current consumption and behavior as a consumer.
Connection, Rabi Mohtar.
Are you not hearing me well? Hello?
There is some problem with the connection. I don't know if you can improve it from your side, because sometimes we lost you from some.
Is that better?
Yes. Yes, go ahead.
Sorry for any, did you miss any of my slides? Should I go back?
Yeah, you can stay here just in these slides.
Okay. The current consuming behavior that we have and the current interaction we have with the primary resources is not sustainable. So we need to look into a different behavior change when it comes to the production and the consumption of the primary resources. And I'll give you an example of this. The per capita consumption of domestic water in the Arab world ranks among the highest in the world. And you want to couple this with the fact that we are the driest areas in the world, and yet we have the highest consumption per capita in terms of the domestic water. So that the production and consumption behavior do not match. In particular, the Gulf region is one of the major energy demand regions in the world. It also has an energy consumption is growing at a rate of 3.4, twice the world average. Our electricity generation is also has an annual rate of 6 to 8%, three times the world average. So our water consumption is way among the highest in the world. Our energy consumption and our production is 2 to 3 times the world average. Those do not match. In Syria, up to 9% of the annual electricity energy consumption is attributed to groundwater pumping and desalination. This is considered also very, very high. And I would argue here at the same point that our irrigation practices needs to be updated. Some of it is technological, but a lot of it is also behavioral in terms of the overuse of pumping and overuse of water and irrigation in many of our farms. So the point I'm trying to make here that the consumption behavior in terms of the water, energy, food is not sustainable. I have not talked about the food waste. Food waste is a big issue in the region. As you all know, that 40% of the food we produce is wasted. It's either wasted in the transport for lack of cold storage, or it's wasted after it's being produced. And this is something that also impact. There was a study that we conducted a few years ago, the impact of food waste on water resources, on energy and food security in the region. It's alarming that this is as high as it is. So consumer behavior cannot be changed by technologies. Consumer behavior cannot be changed by policies. It has to be changed by education, awareness, and by looking into how can we adapt to a new way of interacting with the primary resources. So finishing the obstacles and solutions, I'd like to move into governance models for implementation and financing of the Nexus. It's important here that I highlight that there are no true governance. And I think worldwide, this is not a regional issue. Worldwide, we are struggling with good models of how do we manage the water, the energy, the food. We all know that traditionally, those resources have been managed in disciplines. So you've got Ministry of Water, Ministry of Energy, and sometimes they're combined. And you've got the Ministry of Health, Ministry of Agriculture, and each of these ministries have their own mandates. and each of these governance of these resources is separate, is done in isolation. So how do we develop a governance structure that allow us to have a better coherence? And I don't think we have an easy answer here. And I think the world community, especially with the SDGs, is looking at better ways to govern these primary resources in a much more coherent way. That also have implication on the financing of this model, of these resources. So again, governance solution must be country-specific, but only identified through collaboration and partnership across these sectors. But again, why would the Ministry of Water and Ministry of Irrigation or Ministry of Health and Ministry of Agriculture cooperate? There has to be incentive, and that incentive structure need to be built in place. There are different models that we could talk about: distributed model, decentralized model, and I'll talk about those extensively in the coming slides, or a centralized model in which we have I'll mention here that in Qatar, when back in 2012, there was a move towards a centralized model of the Nexus through the Qatar National Food Security Program. That eventually was centralized in the Ministry of Agriculture, and it was incentivized that other ministries should be working together towards a food security platform. But anyway, there are no unique solutions here, but there has to be, again, incentivization of how different governance structure work together. And this is the key message here. So let's talk about operationalizing these models in the Arab region in particular. So I'll start with the private-public partnership. The PPP is known for many years, and this has its role in the governance as we talk about this. So the private enterprise provides a public service and assumes a financial, technological, and operational risk. It supports seed funding for members. It creates importance in states where resources have been privatized, but also has a community partnership component and social partnership component. In this case, governance, private enterprises, and social organizations for social welfare work together in a private model. I'm pretty sure Dr. ElKharraz will elaborate on this aspect, but we have to look into this in our region where the private sector has a role in governing the Nexus and also in financing the Nexus. And this is on the key message here. Operation of this model in the Arab region continued looking into cooperative model, and this is a community model. It has been tried in many countries. It has been tried in Lebanon, North Africa, several countries in Africa, and in Tunisia. So this model uses remote rural communities in West Africa and North Africa. These communities association or co-op on a small scale project for off-grid production for renewable energy, for example, or for water distribution. Many of this has been tried. Water Users Association, as an example, developed pricing system for their own that encourage more efficient use of water. This has been tried and it has worked, and I think community-based model do work in many instances if they are run properly. So I'm going to talk about a different aspects of the Nexus stakeholder, the ownership of the Nexus. It's important that whatever governance model we have, that we need to create ownership. So the Nexus dialogue relies upon the approach that's vertical in scale and horizontal in audience. And I think that I talked about this earlier. When we talk vertical, it meaning at different scales in the geographic, in the governance structure. Horizontal, meaning all of the disciplines, the water, the energy, the food need to be present at multiple scale, at the local, at the regional, and at the national scale. Again, we talked about the public sector earlier, we talked about the private sector earlier, but we need to have the public sector address ownership and governance, while the private sector should seek to optimize operation and minimize costs. This is the synergy I talk about. I think the public sector need to have the policies that addresses the governance. The private sector need to have ownership to minimize costs and optimize this operation. Now, there is a role of society, and this is where the behavioral aspects comes in place. Civil society should seek to improve quality of life by safeguarding health and reducing risk. So you see here that we need to have defined roles for the public sector, for the private sector, and for civil society. Each one of us has a different role, and that role should be respected by the other. This role needs to be clear, and we need to have a synergy across all of these stakeholders. Again, public sector looking into governance and policy, private sector looking into optimization and minimization of cost. But as a private citizen, all what I care about is improving quality of life and reducing risk and looking into safeguarding my health. So that's the ownership. And earlier in the slides, I did define a region in the various regions based on the energy intensity of water extraction and water pumping. I'm going to look into a different classification in terms of the water energy security in the Nexus in the Arab region. So there are 3 different zones: the Gulf, meaning the Oman, Saudi Arabia, United Arab Emirates, Yemen, Kuwait, and Qatar; Eastern Mediterranean, which is the Iraq, Jordan, Lebanon, Syria, and Palestine; and North Africa, Algeria, Egypt, Libya, Morocco, Tunisia, Sudan, Djibouti, and Eritrea. The reason this is important, again, it has a different context when I introduced it earlier. Here is a different context when we look at the governance, the energy water nexus. If you look into the Gulf, it's rich in energy, it's scarce in water. The Eastern Mediterranean, except for Iraq, is poor in terms of the energy. However, it can have a better management of its water resources. And if it's with that management, we have adequacy of water resources. And North Africa has a completely different governance and looking into different challenges that they face. So these regions come very handy when it comes to governance issues, as before we get into the modeling of the Nexus issues. So again, the governance model, we look into the ESCWA region, regional cooperation and grid integration we talked about. I'd like to highlight one aspect here. Some of you may be familiar, many of you may not be familiar, that there was a good idea, Desertec. I'm not sure how many of you recall or how many of you know that there was a project to a synergistic project, ideally could have been a synergistic project with Desertec, where many of the MENA region becomes an energy shed for Europe, where there will be a trade of energy between Europe and the MENA region. That project failed not because of technology, it failed not because of governance, it failed because of politics. And I think it could, I'm not promoting Desertec as a project, I'm promoting the regional integration in this case as a model moving forward, where some countries would have abundance in energy, others would have abundance in water, others would be looking into a food shed. So we need to evolve into a regional integration, taking into consideration energy shed, food shed, and watershed concepts. And I think those are, this is the area that I'd like to, I hope we'll have some discussion on this in this topic. Again, I'm not promoting Desertec as a project. I'm promoting this as a regional integration of how we can looking into different regional integration models. In rural areas, decentralizing energy sources due to the off-grid technologies being more economically feasible. Again, when we took into where some of the cities may be better off going into centralization, decentralization in rural areas, especially with the off-grid technology, is one of the energy governance model that works for them. I did talk about innovation earlier. I'd like to highlight another element of innovation, which is capacity building. Capacity building, without capacity building and knowledge, we cannot move forward with a Nexus implementation in the MENA region. So what does that mean? Let's dig deeper into it and look into some of those institutional gaps. The first is a sample multi-stakeholder working group from the water and energy food sector to help guide managing the sector or managing these sectors, develops specific institutional and individual capacity building program across all sectors. Again, there has to be an incentive, there has to be a structure, but it has to happen. And without that, it's very difficult to really manage the sector. I'm mindful of the time. I will try to wrap up in the next 5 to 7 minutes. Determine the right tools and data sets for scale-specific conditions and goals. We'll talk about this in a minute. Apply outcomes from holistic Nexus tools and comprehensive data set to guide management of the WEFE resources. Create training program across sectors. And this is one of those training programs that PRIMA and the GIZ and other European institutions are thankful for putting this together. It's important that we make this step and we actually scale this up to other sectors. I'm gonna very briefly run through some of the models that are out there, and there won't be enough time to dwell in any of them, but I think it's important that we see what are some of the tools that are out there. And again, I apologize for not including other models. Those are some of the few models that I learned, but again, this list may not have been updated, and I apologize for that. And what the criteria? The criteria would be to address 2 of the 3 elements of the Nexus, the water, energy, the food, 2 of those, allow policy analysis, and also have an open access for end users. We will talk about those would be to identify the kind of the criteria to identify interlinkages, identify sustainable resources, identify resource needs for scenario-based approaches. So let's start with the WEFE Nexus tool. I'm not going to dwell much on it. It's available online, wefenexustool.org. Bassel will be talking extensively about this. It allows you to look into scenarios, assess scenarios, and develop a sustainability index to assess the scenarios based on how sustainable they are. The global calculator is also available online. It's a global world energy. It's developed with an energy focus and has a climate change implication. And apologize, I have to run quickly through these because I want to really don't want to miss the conclusion of the FAO tools. It's focused on, of course, on the food security, but it has a management of the Nexus to determine. It's a larger scale, it's a national scale, and it allows the include stakeholders dialogue, but also proposes an interlinkages matrix for synergies and trade-off. Many of us know LEAP and WEEP as models for energy and for water. Recently, SEI has put together an integrated tool for LEAP and WEEP that allows them to look into some of these Nexus issues. Markel Times also is an economic-based model that allow also for recently look into a way to integrate the water, energy, the food in a supply trade decision and trade-off decision. And also clues to investigate the interconnections of these different resources and looks into an intensive data and time-consuming. However, it's not compatible with short-term turnaround projects. So if you're looking into an intensive exercise for trade-off, this may be an option moving forward. MUSM is a multi-scale integrated analysis of societal and ecosystem metabolism. Again, this is not originally intended as a Nexus, but it has been adopted. It calculates flows in relations to funds instead of traditional input-output analysis. So it's a mechanistic model that looks into the techno-economic, societal, demographic, and ecological variables. I did discuss extensively that data gaps and capacity building are bottlenecks. Many of these models require extensive data. I will skip this because there will be extensive discussion about this with what Bassel will be presenting. Again, data and capacity building for running and conceptualizing this model is important. I'll give you a few examples that we have been using the Nexus. We have a successful implementation of the Nexus in Morocco. This actually has been published recently. We'll be happy to share with you this publication about how the Nexus was used successfully for a sustainable development goals implementation in Morocco, where Morocco actually have a green plan, has a solar plan, a solar energy goal, but it also has a water plan. And how do you integrate this within a system perspective? In Texas, we had several implementation, and this specific one looking into the trade-off between energy production, safety in terms of the safety of road safety as impacted by energy production in the hydraulic fracturing, as well as the energy production itself. So a lot of analysis that was conducted there. And I would like to close. I think we're running out of time. I'd like to close with few key messages and some conclusions. One, there's no one-size-fits-all approach to integrate and sustainably manage these resources. We talked about different governance models, centralized, decentralized. We talked about ways in which we manage this nexus, and it has to be localized. No one can say this is the answer to a nexus governance. I'd like to also highlight that human right and access to water, energy, and food resources should be the foundation of these primary resources production and management. I say this now because we have mandate, all of the national mandate to look into sustainable development goals, and achieving the sustainable development goals, we must look into human right access to water, energy, and food. People-centered approach grounded in the SDG will allow to map the need and create cooperation. We talked about this in the context of how can the Nexus support the SDG implementation. And I think the Nexus is a way forward for looking at the complex system of SDG system. Building capacity of local structures and institutions is important. The WEFE Nexus governance can be implemented in the existing institutional program that are country and region specific. However, again, I will reiterate, we need to build the incentive for these institutions to work together. Public sector should be looked as a major resource and a major stakeholder in the Nexus implementation. We need to develop strategies to allow the Arab countries to implement the national and international commitment already signed for economic and sustainable development. The Nexus can play a role there. It's important to look at different types of governance of the primary resources, such as centralization governance, as well as centralization. Centralization is there, has been there for us for many, many years, but I think we need to look into different ones, such as the decentralized system. Decision support tools for management and interlinkages allow decision makers to look at various scenarios. And I think that's what the Nexus can provide, as that not only the scenarios, but the ranking of these scenarios based on sustainability. Decisions affecting the energy sector need to include water resources consideration to avoid strains in the water sector and vice versa. And also we need to look at the land implication of energy and how it implies and how that impacts the food security. Energy requirement and carbon footprint for water technologies such as the desalination and water treatment should be considered as a policy guide in the water sector. A concluding remark in the implementation, I'm just going to pose some questions. Who owns the Nexus and Nexus solution? We still have not reached a stage to answer this, but we need to. What's the best governance structure? What is needed incentive for participation from all these stakeholders? Who fund the Nexus? How do we facilitate converging dialogues? Bassel will talk about convergence, and in fact, he's leading A&M convergence initiative at the Energy Institute. In terms of science, the science, model integration, do we need to reinvent the wheel in terms of developing this mega Nexus model, or can we use what's existing? There are a lot of examples that I shared with you in terms of using existing models that are out there, modifying them for the Nexus integration. Scale is important, and we haven't talked about scale extensively. This scale issue is very, very important because most of the Nexus models, Nexus solutions have been done at a local scale, at the regional scale, but how does it go? How does it aggregate to the national scale is something that we need to be looking at. Integrating physical and human scales, also important, and not much successful effort has been done in terms of how do you look into the policies, technologies, and human behavior? How do you integrate those together towards a successful implementation? Again, data is also important. Thank you very much. I think I took maybe a few minutes longer, but I really hope that there will be some discussion. We'll be happy to take discussions.
Thank you so much, Dr. Rabi. I think you give us a lot of foods for thoughts. For sure, we will have a lot of questions. But let me, before going to the question, just to change a bit, and you know that this morning we used the Mentimeter, but this afternoon we changed the Slido. So just to change a bit and to ask some questions, some quizzes, some multi-choice questions, just to change a bit before going to the second chapter to be presented by Dr. Bassel. So we will start by the Slido. Wahid, can you share please the code of the Slido? We already shared it with you during the beginning of the session. So please, you can use this the code QR, and you can also, if you have your mobile, you can directly take the picture.
Dr. Lespidou has a very good question on the Q&A, and I'd like to address that because I think it's a very, very important question.
Yes, should we go to the question just before the slide or before, as you wish?
I think it's an important question that I'd like to respond to,
okay,
because it may have been missed. Chrissy's question is, what about the ecosystem element in the WEFE Nexus? Is it how is it measured? Is it grouped under the three sectors, water, energy, food? It's a very important question, and let me address it, because this is a recurring question that many of us in the Nexus community keep asking. My response, and again, there are no one answer. There's no one good answer, but my answer to this is that I'd like to state that simplify the Nexus, because it's very complex when you look into the model. When you look into the modeling, it's a very complex issue, and I'd like to simplify. So keeping the Nexus simple with all of the interlinkages that exist in the water and energy food makes the analytics simple. Now, having said that, where is the ecosystem goes there? The ecosystem goes in multiple elements. It's in the interlinkages itself. It's also in the criteria for selecting sustainable outcome or sustainable scenarios. So it is in the interlinkages. It is in the criteria for sustainability index in terms of water use, in terms of energy use, in terms of air quality, in terms of the, so it is right there prominently. I personally would not want it to have an ecosystem component, because it adds complexity to the system. Because where do you stop? Do you add climate change? Do you add ecosystem? Do you add health? Keeping it simple would allow us to do the analytics simply, but keeping it in our mind and heart and in the analytics as a criteria would allow us to navigate simply this complex Nexus. But thank you, Chrissy, for this important question. Again, okay,
yes,
I'll take it back to you, Ali.
Yes, thank you so much. We will come back to the question, but let's go to the slide just to to change a bit, because this is online and we need to have more participation of the participants. So our first question, according to the morning session, are you now familiar with the concept of the Nexus or not? You have 3 hours and even more, and we have 1 hour this afternoon. Yes, I see that 73%, 70 even more. Yes, very good. I think the answer, the majority now are familiar with the Nexus concept. Even just after the morning session, but which is very important that a lot of them, they need more information, for sure. We are during the first day and we have 2 days. So for sure, we will ask this question maybe at the third day to see whether you are familiar now with the Nexus concept or not. Okay, I think if you finish, we can move to the next. This is to a quiz question. So here we ask you, can we have the question? Yes, you already shared with them the question. But I see the names here. I see, I think the name is, but the quiz is another, is different. Why can you come back to the question?
Yes, we're waiting for them to join. After that, we pass to the next one.
Okay, so let's wait them to join, and then we will go to the question. Very good. I think we have around 300, yes, 280, but this morning we are around 500, it's for sure. So here what's the added value of the Nexus approach? If it is an A, shift from the silo thinking to holistic approach and better understanding of between the sectors, anticipate towards potential trade-off and synergy, prioritize viable option across different sectors, or all the above. So we will see who is the winner. Is it A or B or C or all of the above? Oh, we have Paula, I think. Yes, thank you so much. You are the first one. So all these aspects are included in the Nexus concept. Thank you so much. Let's go to the question. What's the added value? We already replied to this question, Wahid. Yes, the answer is all the above. Congratulations for Paula. It's just to change a bit, because we don't like to have a top-down approach. Second question. There is no prices for this, but that's just to see whether you are now familiar with the Nexus concept. If you have some information, but for sure, I think that after 3 days you will have a lot of formations. Okay, I think you have the code, or you can go directly to the slido.com. Okay, several constraints inhibit the development and adoption of Nexus approach in the Mediterranean region. It is a strong sectoral silo, insufficient incentive, limited vision, or all the responses. So A, B, or C, all the answers. I think Rabi Mohtar, you already talked on this, the problem and the constraint that inhibit the development and adoption of the Nexus approach in the Mediterranean region. So we will see. We can wait a bit. We can maybe give them some time, right? Because that this morning we used the Mentimeter, and this afternoon we are using the Slido. Sorry for that. Maybe it is good for you to test 2 different tools. Okay, I think we Give them some time. Maybe we are not all familiar with the Slido and the Mentimeter. Since we are online, so we said it's good that we need to use the Slido and Mentimeter to change a bit. So the second question, does the Nexus model have to include water, energy, food ecosystem component for it to be classified as a Nexus tool? True or false? Okay. You have some time, you can send your answers. Just to put 3 or 4. So is the Nexus model have to include all the components or not to be considered as a Nexus tool? Yes, I see that the majority, 76%, yes. The Nexus model should include the 4 components of the Nexus: water, energy, food, ecosystem. Thank you. I think we can stop here and we will move to the next question. Yes, Omar, congratulations. I think you win. Thank you so much. Okay, we will go to the second quiz. You can start sending your answers. Okay, this is about the decision support system. Very simple, it's not too complicated. The decision support system is a computer system that gathers the data, analyze the data, and produce comprehensive information reports. The decision support system are computer program applications that analyze business data and present it so to the user that can make business decision more easily. Or the decision support system allows for more information decision making, timely problem solving, and improved efficiency in dealing with issues or operations, planning, and even management. So A, B, C, or all the answers. It's not, it's easy, so you can, okay, we will see. 9% for A, 1% for B. Okay, then we can stop here. Let's stop here because we have no time. So please send your answers. 30, yeah, okay, third, Amar, it's the same person. Congratulations. Okay, let's move to the second one. So the idea of the quiz is just to wake a little bit the participant to, because it's online, so don't worry, but at least we will not ask you very difficult questions, very simple questions, and just to share with you some information. Okay, Nexus model, I think we already replied to this one. Yeah, we already replied to this one. The Nexus model has to provide, yes, we already replied to this. Okay, let's move to the, I think the last one, right?
Yeah, this is the last one.
Yes. The Nexus requirements. So for the Nexus requirement, we need the stakeholders engagement, the clear indicator to policymakers, evidence-based, and to build on current structure rather than having a substitution approach. All the answers, very, very easy. So you can, I think, Dr. Rabi He already talked on that. So we have A, B, C, D, or all the answers. It's very easy. So please go ahead. It's by coincidence the same person.
He's quick.
He is very quick, yes, Amar. I think we will give him a prize by the end of this training. Okay. Thank you so much. Is Amar Morsi? Okay. Thank you so much. Amar, very important. So just to change a bit, you know, because what Rabi gave us, I think a lot of information, very, very important very presentation, but we will share with you all the materials. Don't worry, we will share the last day, we will share with you all the materials. So I think without any delay, we will move to the second speaker. I give the floor to Bassel. Dr. Bassel, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Dr. Ali. Can you see my screen?
Yes, you can put on mod presentation. Yeah, okay.
All right, thank you very much. My name is Bassel Daher, and I'm a research scientist at Texas A&M Energy Institute. It's a pleasure to be here today and to be participating in this timely online training. As a follow-up to the first presentation by Dr. Rabi, which really set the tone and gave the overview of the water, energy, food interconnections, my presentation will focus more on the role of tools and analytics to catalyze that trade-off dialogue that needs to happen between different stakeholders. So in my presentation, again, I'll focus on the role of tools. I'll be doing that by demonstrating two case studies we've done in the Water, Energy, Food Nexus research group, one in Qatar and the other in Morocco. I'll be going into detail about the mechanics of the WEFE Nexus tool 2.0 as an example, and I'll wrap up with a 7-question guideline that would hopefully allow all of our participants today to go through the process of developing their own assessment for a WEFE Nexus hotspot they're interested to assess. So I'll quickly start by reiterating some of the global trends and challenges that we're expecting today. We are talking about more than 9 billion population by 2050. Climate extremes, economic growth in some of the most highly populated and dense areas. And with that, projections that we are seeing include needing 55% more water, 60% more food, 80% more energy by 2050. And this is relative to 2015 values. And this comes from an IRENA report, which we've worked on a few years ago in 2015. And these are grand challenges that we need to address in the coming decades. And what's unique about these challenges is that they're not independent challenges, because they are very much interconnected. 70% of our fresh water is needed for the agricultural sector. 15% of water goes into energy production, as well as 30% of the world's energy is consumed by the food sector or agricultural sector from farm to table. So unless we really understand the interconnections between these grand challenges that we face and quantify those interconnections, it'll be hard to address those as we move forward. And I'd like to mention that we face these projections and interconnections and these complex challenges at a time where more than 800 million people still lack access to safe drinking water. Also, more than 800 million people still lack access to food. And more than 1 billion people lack access to energy. And these challenges are complex and are interconnected and will take different shapes and levels of urgency in different places of the world. And in addition to that complexity and interconnectedness, it's important also to understand how multidimensional each of these systems are when we're talking about water, when we're talking about food, when we're talking about energy. So to give you an example, when we're talking about water, we're not necessarily only talking about the volume of water or allocating a specific amount of water for specific activities, but there are multiple dimensions of water which we need to be aware of, including the spatial distribution of this water, the temporal distribution, what sources of water are available for us, groundwater, surface water, desalinated water, or treated wastewater. What quality is that water available to us, and what are the different potential uses for these different qualities of water available? What is the energy footprint of transporting that water or pumping it or treating it? And depending on the energy source, what is the carbon footprint associated with that, as well as the cost? And those similar dimensions exist for food and energy as well. So producing 1 ton of wheat is not necessarily equal to another ton of wheat, depending on the inputs that are required, again, the spatial, the temporal distribution of the resources available to producing that ton of wheat, among other considerations, and the same with energy. And these interconnected, complex, multidimensional resource systems do not exist in a vacuum. They are very much connected with actors that also interact among each other, government, business, societal players, which also interact, and we need to understand these interactions. And these interactions do not happen at one single scale, but happen across different scales. So we need to, as we look at different policy interventions, technological interventions, or different social behavioral interventions, we need to make sure that we are doing so in a consistent and coherent manner, so we don't end up solving one part of the problem at one scale while creating competition at another scale. So as different disciplines focus on addressing specific questions related to water for the agricultural sector, or how could we optimize energy use for making different water sources available, or different sub-questions within this nexus, it's important for us to be aware of that larger picture and those larger interconnections, and again, be able to factor those in as we develop the analytics and evaluations for different interventions that we're looking at. And this is where the role of trade-off analysis tools come in order to help us develop analysis based on different criteria that should be co-created with the different stakeholders that are engaged and involved with these questions that we're asking, in order to evaluate the impact of introducing new policies, technologies, social interventions on these. So this is an example of some of these scenario assessment metrics that we could look at, including water requirement, energy requirement, financial cost, carbon footprint, land requirement. And this is by no means is a comprehensive list. The metrics that we can look at might include further economic, social, environmental indicators that again are aligned with the metrics that are of interest to our stakeholders to evaluate. So it is very critical that we identify these metrics in close coordination with the stakeholders. In addition to that, it's also important to make sure that we reflect the different stakeholder preferences and weights and prioritization when it comes to these evaluation metrics as we develop that assessment, in order to develop simplified indices that would reflect on one hand the metrics that we're evaluating, as well as these stakeholder preferences, with the goal of using those objective analytics and that evidence-based trade-offs that we have to catalyze a dialogue between different sectors and different actors that might have different competing interests as they move forward. I'd like here to go over a couple of case studies we've developed in the past few years, just to demonstrate the role of tools and analytics in helping us unravel some of this complexity and help in providing that holistic view related to different decisions that we might be making across different sectors. I'd like to start with the case study of Qatar. This is a photo of Qatar in the late 1970s. This is a country which has seen rapid development in the past 30, 40 years. Qatar is a natural gas rich country, which have seen high population growth over the years, which has created some questions regarding the longer term food security of the country and looking at ways we could improve that food security. So just to give you a quick overview of some of the characteristics of Qatar, again, a third in natural gas reserves, 12th in oil reserves, arid climate, 99% of water in Qatar comes from desalination. So there's virtually no fresh water in the country. Agriculture is limited by low water quantity as well as quality, as well as unsuitable soil. And again, one of the interesting characteristics here is that in addition to getting 99% of its water from desalination, 90% of food comes from imports from other countries. And this is why back in 2010, this was one of the case studies we focused on based on an interest and a question that was being asked at the national level and as part of the Qatar National Vision and the Qatar National Food Security Program on what does it take for us to produce or to improve our food security and produce the food we need locally. And this is the question we worked on at that time, where we wanted to have that systems perspective to that question and not only focus on the dollar cost that is associated with, or the financial cost that is associated with producing the food crops locally, but looking at a more system of systems view that includes water and energy. So this is the kind of representation and system of system identification we developed at the beginning, looking at different water portfolios, looking at different desalination technologies and treated wastewater, as well as pumping groundwater. We looked at different energy components, including energy needed for water, whether we're pumping or desalinating, as well as an energy component that goes into tillage, harvesting, fertilizer production, and transport. And with each of these energy sources, the carbon footprint that is associated with that, along with also the land footprint associated with different scenarios of different levels of food production. And for the part of the locally consumed basket that is not produced locally, we looked at the different countries of import we want to import these food crops from, and the associated energy and carbon footprint as well that comes with transporting and importing these crops. So to help us better understand what different scenarios look like, we developed this water energy food nexus tool, which in its background has information about the local yields, the water requirements, the energy requirements, the land availability, and import data specific to Qatar and specific to growing different crops in Qatar. From the user side, the user is able to develop different food self-sufficiency scenarios. So how much do I want to produce of my tomatoes locally versus where do I want to import the rest of my tomatoes from, and so forth. When it comes to water sources, how much of my water do I want for agriculture do I want to come from groundwater versus a certain type of desalination technology, and with energy sources also, how much of my portfolio will come from renewable energy or natural gas or other sources of energy. And again, for those products which I'm not producing locally, what countries do I want to import from, and how many countries do I want to import from in order to diversify my my risk. And what the tool evaluated for each of these scenarios was the water requirement, the energy requirement, the carbon emissions, the local carbon emissions, the land requirement, as well as the financial cost for producing that scenario. And that is where we didn't stop there, but also put different weights for the policy preferences for weighing these different tool outputs based on the interest of the stakeholders at the time in order to identify sustainability indices for different scenarios. So to give you one example of the scenarios that we developed, so in 2010, the combined self-sufficiency of these 8 food crops that you see on the screen, tomatoes, cucumbers, eggplant, watermelon, potato, carrot, lettuce, and green onions, was combined self-sufficiency was 15%. Tomatoes and cucumbers were partially grown using protected agriculture. Groundwater was the main source of water for agriculture. Natural gas, the main source of energy, and imports came from 15 different countries. So we ran this scenario through the Water Energy Food Nexus tool, and these are the resource requirements that it gave us in order to. So that was kind of the benchmark or the baseline in 2010. What does that mean? What do these numbers mean? Not a lot, but let's put those into context. So what we did was, based on this baseline scenario in 2010. We looked at the question: what if we increase each of these food crops by 10 percentage points self-sufficiency? What would that look like in terms of the resources that would be needed? And what we learned is that that 10-point additional food self-sufficiency would require 82% more water, 153% more land, 82% more energy, 82% more carbon emissions. So really, that at the time, when we communicated this exact scenario with the Qatar National Food Security Program, it brought that more broader perspective of what does it take at the time, where the question of what does it take to produce everything we consume locally, with a focus on perhaps on the dollar cost or the financial cost associated with that, brought that broader perspective of, if we need 82% more water, are we looking at investing in new desalination plants? What kind of technologies do we need for that? When we're looking at 153% more land, how do we plan to make that soil available? Do we want to import soil, or are we looking at different types of agriculture that doesn't require soil, and what are the limitations there? So it really broadened the discussion from one that focused on and shifted that narrative from what does it take for us to have full self-sufficiency to what are the trade-offs associated with these different scenarios, and with a focus on given the limitations, how could we develop a robust trade strategy in order to secure the primary food needs, and how do we identify countries of low risk in order to diversify import sources, and that became actually a very timely question and discussion, more important during the time of the embargo or the geopolitical challenges that we're facing the region in terms of especially affecting food. So again, the trade-off that we're looking at here is the high water and food energy and water, energy, land, and dollar cost in turn for higher security. So this is the broader perspective we're looking at. To move forward to the other example, which focused also on the on the SDGs implementation in Morocco, which Dr. Rabi mentioned briefly earlier. So in the case of Morocco, we're looking at a highly water-stressed region, decreasing groundwater and surface water supply. 15% of the water is irrigated, while 85% is rain-fed. Climate change trends with precipitation projections show us a decrease up to 27% in the coming years. In the case of Morocco, Morocco doesn't import 90% of its food, but imports 95% of its energy, more than 95% of its energy. So here we see a different dynamic in this case study here, where we see Morocco as a major agricultural producer with olive and wheat production, but relying heavily on energy imports. That is in addition to primarily phosphate production also, which is a major part of the Moroccan economy, where Morocco is a top global phosphate producer with ambitious goals and of doubling the mining and chemical processing in the past 5 years, which is also, when we're talking about phosphate production, it's also a water and energy intensive industry. So what we did as part of this case study was look at the SDG 2, 6, and 7 with the water, energy, food focused SDGs, and look at the national strategies that are aligned with these SDGs, mainly the Green Moroccan Plan, which focused on increasing olive and citrus production, as well as fruits and vegetables, where also part of that plan was to decrease cereals by 20%. The water strategy, also the 2030 water strategy, which focused on increasing the desalination water capacity and treated wastewater capacity by more than 700 million meter cubes in total, as well as the Morocco Energy Strategy 2030, which looked at focusing on increasing renewables up to 42% of Morocco's portfolio. And similar to the water, energy, food nexus tool that we developed in the case of Qatar, we looked at what would it take for achieving different levels of these 3 national strategies. What if we achieved 50% of our food strategy and 100% of our water strategy, or different levels of these water, energy, and food strategy? What does it mean for the water that is needed, the energy that is needed, the land, the cost, as well as the carbon emissions? And here we can see schematically how these different water, energy, and food strategies combine and potentially could compete over the same resources when we're talking about water, energy, land, cost, and tons of CO2. So we looked at different scenarios of these strategies under different climate change and phosphate production scenarios, and evaluated the water, energy, food, water, energy, financial, carbon, and land requirements for that. Briefly, some of the main trade-offs we saw was when we were looking at these strategies, we can clearly see on the food side that with the reduction of cereal production, there's a trade-off between less security in terms of ensuring key staple cereal produced locally, which made available water, land, energy that could be used for other growing sectors. On the energy side, we saw with the energy plan that we have improved security and reduction in emissions by focusing on improving and increasing that renewable energy portfolio, which also comes at a financial cost as well as a land and water footprint. On the water side, with the investments made by the water plan, we see reduction in water stresses, but also comes at a land, energy, and financial cost. So this study has been recently published in the Encyclopedia for UN Sustainable Development Goals, and would be happy to share that following this session for more details on the analytics that were developed. But what we saw was a clear competition exists between achieving these different national strategies, and again, the strategy to reduce this cereal production results in reducing potential stresses on land and water resources in order to allocate them to different sectors, mainly the renewable energy. So we see that interplay and exchange of these resources from one goal to another, as well as the investment in renewable energy comes at a high cost, yet it provides Morocco with higher level of energy security, which is also critical. So some overall concluding remarks before I move specifically into some of the mechanics of the WEFE Nexus tool. So we can see here with these two case studies the need for developing and improving the assessment tools that we developed in this space in order to help stakeholders with that dialogue that needs to happen across different sector. There's no one size that fits all tool. Different tools answer different questions at different scales and require different data resolution and involve different stakeholders. So we need to be aware of that as we explore different hotspots. Yes, we do need that holistic assessment, but that assessment needs to also be localized to the specific questions and critical questions that are of interest to stakeholders, and develop assessment that is consistent with the metrics that are of interest to our stakeholders as well. There's moving forward, there's great potential in further improving and bridging physical and social sciences as we look at some of these questions, especially when it focuses on the social and behavioral interventions that we could do, as well as better understanding the levels of communication and social network analysis that comes with understanding the different stakeholders and their interconnections and level of cooperation. Also, there's a great potential in leveraging momentum toward the SDGs and this global agenda and aligning many elements of the WEF research agenda, which aligns very well with many of these sustainable development goals. So I'd like to use the rest of my time, the 10-15 minutes remaining here, to go specifically over what would you see if you go to wefnexustool.org and go through this tool and develop some of your scenarios. So again, this is an open access tool available to anyone who accesses the link. You can create your account, and what this demonstration tool currently has is focused on the Qatar case study that I just shared. So you are able to develop different scenarios within that specific context of Qatar. You can develop the self-sufficiencies or choose the self-sufficiencies of the different food products and type of agriculture you want to produce them with, decide on the different water sources you want to use, the different energy sources, as well as the choice of the countries of import for each crop. What this tool would provide you is a view of the resource requirements for the scenario that you develop, and it will also allow you to create a comparison between different scenarios that you develop. So I'll just go quickly through these slides. So this just visually gives you an idea of how you develop a scenario. So you name the scenario, and then you have the list of crops here available, and you choose the different level of self-sufficiency you want this to produce these crops, as well as the percentage of open agriculture. That is in addition to the amount you would like to export if you want to produce for export. When it comes to water, it also has different water options, and you could input also the different percentages. For each water source, you would be able to identify the energy source you would like to use for either pumping that groundwater or doing the desalination under different technologies, or for treating the wastewater. Then the last step is to identify the list of the different countries you would like to import these crops from, which comes with, in the background of this, again, the calculation of the energy and carbon it requires to transport this, depending on the mode of transportation from each of these different countries. You are able to develop the scenario, and it shows you the resource requirement summary in terms of the water, land, energy, carbon, and financial cost. It also shows you these sub-indices for these evaluation metrics, which we're using relative to the availability of these resources to us, and shows us this ratio of the resources that is required for our scenario versus the availability of these resources when it comes to water, land, energy, and others. And it shows us whether we're exceeding some of these limits for our scenarios. And last but not least, there's also a place for you to input the importance coefficient for each of these evaluation metrics, or each of these outputs, where the total should be 100%, and that's where you could identify based on either surveying the stakeholders that you're evaluating these scenarios for, or based on your guess about the policy interests and preferences at the time regarding what criteria do we want to optimize for, basically, and carry more weight in terms of our decision-making process, and that would help us calculate the sustainability index for the scenario. So just to give you a quick demonstration example here. So we have these three scenarios. The first one, we're looking at 10% food self-sufficiency, the second one 50%, and the last 90% food self-sufficiency. All three scenarios are 100% with open agriculture. 50% of our water is coming from groundwater. The remaining 50% comes from reverse osmosis. 100% of our groundwater is pumped using diesel, while 100% of our desalination uses natural gas. We're using gasoline and tillage, gasoline for tillage and harvest for the three scenarios, and we're looking at the same countries of import. So basically, just for the sake of simplicity and demonstration here, the only difference between these three scenarios is looking at varying levels of food self-sufficiency. And here, so again, this is a very simple demonstration scenario, but as we look at comparing different scenarios we evaluate using this tool, this would help us to, again, look at these different trade-offs associated with going with scenario 1 versus scenario 2, a scenario that might require less water, might require more financial resources, and vice versa. So this is the kind of trade-offs that we're interested to look at as we develop different scenarios, similar to the different sub-indices for these evaluation metrics. So here we can see that scenario 3, for example, which produces more food locally, is reaching higher levels of these water and land indices, for example, as opposed to our scenario 1, which is highly focused on importing, which uses less of our local resources. And again, after inputting the importance coefficients for each of these criteria, we can identify the sustainability index of our scenarios. So one thing I'd like to end with here, and after working on several of the case studies in different places that answer different questions that are at different scales, that include different stakeholders. This was a 7-question guideline that evolved out of the experiences of working on different case studies. So while at the beginning and as we were developing the Qatar case study, we thought that we would initially be adding more layers to that same tool as we explore new questions and new case studies. We soon realized that these tools need to be context specific and need to be focused and geared toward addressing different questions. So while a lot of these interconnections that we developed in the initial water, energy, food nexus tool for the Qatar case study could be moved from one place to another, the way in which we evaluate the different scenarios and look at framing these questions will look very different from one place to another. So these 7 questions include starting with the identifying the critical question that we're asking. Is this a food security centric question? Are we interested in looking at transforming an energy portfolio and looking at evaluating different scenarios? These tools will look fairly different, even though in the background, a lot of the interconnections are common. The way we analyze and develop these scenarios will look different. What scale are we developing these scenarios on? Are we looking at the national scale, or are we looking at the watershed level, at the farm level? Again, the type of assessment and the type of data that is needed would look different. And this is where I come to the data as well, and the different resolution of data that comes with that question of scale. Then we have the systems definition. What are we including as part of the system of systems that we are interested in analyzing, and what is kind of outside of this system that we are interested to analyze? And that comes closely hand in hand with, again, the stakeholder interests and the questions that they are interested to ask, which these tools should help bring solutions and options to address these questions, and which also comes closely hand in hand with how are we assessing these scenarios and what metrics are we developing, and then how are we developing this assessment. And while there's a lot of complexity that comes with all of the above, it's also important to invest time and effort in how do we want to communicate these outcomes and these scenarios and these trade-offs between the different scenarios that we're evaluating, and how do we involve stakeholders in that process of evaluating these trade-offs. So one thing we'd like to share with you at the end of this session today, in addition to the Morocco case study, which I shared earlier, is this template that we've been using for developing many of the case studies in the past few years, which has a summary of these 7 questions with guidance on what each of these questions include, as well as examples, and also a chapter that we published a few years ago. So with that, I'd like to thank you. It was a great pleasure being part of this training program, and would be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you so much, Dr. Bassel. I think you gave us a very, very good presentation. I think a lot of foods for thoughts. Also, you complete the presentation of Dr. Rabia. But let me go to the questions, because I have some questions, and there is a lot of questions. But before going to the slide, that question, one of the questions regarding the tool, is it applicable to other countries? So this is a question, maybe is it applicable, for instance, for North African country or for Africa or whatever? And also there is another question in Qatar, and I think one of the participants that he tried to use the Qatar, but he said it's maybe it's a little bit difficult for him to to use the tool, and he's asking about if there is a video or a document that can help. Maybe this question, if you have a video that can maybe help the participant to apply the tool in Qatar or for any other country. And I will finish by the last point. I think, Jaouad, you said that there is another tool already developed by Ali Karnib, I think, and the tool is already existed. So maybe we will include it, as said Dr. Rabi in the presentation. Thank you so much. So Dr. Bassel, the floor is yours if you like to maybe give us an overview.
Sure. Thank you very much, Dr. Ali, and thank you all for your engagement and questions. For the first question, is it applicable for other countries? The answer is yes, and we've worked on more than 10 case studies in the past few years. Now, is the same tool that you see online applicable to other countries with the form that exists online? The answer is no, and this is why we developed the 7-question guideline to help you through the process of developing a similar kind of assessment for the specific case studies. So not all countries are looking to answer the same question that we were asking in the case of Qatar. Even Qatar today is not necessarily asking the same question it was asking 10 years ago. So while a lot of these interconnections, again, we could extract from the existing tool and the existing publications. Again, the WEFE Nexus tool Qatar publication or case study has been published, and the methodology and the structure and the mechanics of the tool is available. So while a lot of these interconnections we could use from one case study to another, there is a need to kind of go through this 7-question guideline in order to develop assessments that are specific to the country that we want to work on, and evaluate metrics that are specific to what stakeholders are interested in evaluating while asking that question. When it comes to the video of the WEFE tool, we do have kind of a tutorial video that we could also share as part of this. Again, this is a tutorial for the WEFE Nexus tool Qatar case study specifically. I would encourage you all, if you're interested in developing your own assessment, Nexus assessment for a hotspot, no matter where it is. I believe the 7-question guideline has been successful in helping us work with a lot of our partners in developing case studies that build on the work that has been done, but customizes it to the specific cases in different places.
Thank you so much. We will share with the participant your materials, but also the video. Maybe for the first day, so we'll be able to share all the materials. If we receive the video, then we will include it among the materials. Yes, I think that maybe I would like to change a bit, because now it is 10 to 5, so maybe we have no too much time, but maybe I like to jump directly to the third speakers, to Dr. Jaouad, and then maybe if we have some slides or some questions, we will put it at the end. Maybe you are more fresh, so let's go to the third speakers. Dr. Jaouad, the floor is yours.
Good afternoon. Do you see my slides?
Yes, but
yeah,
not on presentation mode.
I did it, but it's
yeah, I think it's okay.
It's okay?
Yeah.
All right. So thank you very much, Dr. Ali. It's a pleasure and an honor to share the session with Dr. Rabi and Dr. Bassel. I mean, indeed, in the last years and the last decade, we had so many workshops, conferences about the Nexus, and few training courses about the Nexus. So this is really definitely a very nice initiative by PRIMA and GIZ. And again, I mean, when we talk about the Nexus, we stuck in the definition, in the concept, and every time we have a conference, we talk about the same thing probably, and very few really goes into details how to concretize this nexus. How can we develop a modeling as shown by Dr. Rabi and Dr. Bassel? How can we really share something that the policymakers can really use and we can see the impact in the ground? So this is a really big issue. Obviously, talking about Nexus, the scientific inputs are important, and the thing that happened is that we have still, unfortunately, in our region, the gap between science and policy making. So this gap needs to be bridged. Before going through my presentation, so I'm Jaouad ElKharraz, Executive Director of the Regional Center for Renewable Energy and Energy Efficiency in Cairo. We are a sort of intergovernmental organization with 17 Arab countries on board, and we try to enable, help Arab countries to adopt and enable good practices in renewable energies and energy efficiencies. And we are the technical institutional arm of the League of Arab States Energy Departments. So before that, I was the head of research at the Middle East Desalination Research in Oman. So desalination, as you know, is one concrete example of Nexus, because desalination is energy intensive, water energy intensive technology, and also it could be used for agriculture to produce crops. And before that, I've been working long years with the MWIS. I've been very familiar with the water information system, which also we mentioned during the previous presentations. Obviously, I will not repeat, but we have mega trends, big challenges in the world, whether it comes to water scarcity, the threats of waterborne illness, the water quality which is degrading,
Jaouad, sorry to interrupt you. Can you zoom in or put it in mode presentation, because we are seeing the
okay, I will try
not
to
the good
stop sharing
one. Yeah, you can maybe, yeah, sorry.
again. Mm-hmm. I will try now. Unfortunately, it looks like the same. I will try to put it like that. Is it better now? Slightly better?
We have nothing in the screen. Can you share your screen?
Okay. One second. Okay. Share. Okay, and then I go here. Display. Mm-hmm.
Okay, and very good.
Okay, perfect.
Perfect, thank you.
So we have obviously big challenges. So the cost of energy, which is rising, the change in regulations, the massive infrastructure, etc. So all these challenges need really scientific input or scientific solutions. We need innovative solutions to deal with it. So obviously, many dimensions we have when we talk about the nexus. We have the aspect related to society, so the increasing population, urbanization, and even sometimes the culture. So for example, if some farmers are used to cultivate certain kind of crops, obviously it's difficult to convince them to change the crops because of the virtual water, because the crops are consuming a lot of water, and maybe it's worth to import it and to cultivate other kind of crops which are less water consuming. So culture sometimes also is important in this aspect. Also technology, obviously, new developments, breakthrough potential in different technologies, whether we talk about desalination, we talk about renewable energy, etc. So technologies is important. Its impact this nexus. The economics, obviously, so the economic growth, the development, the financing is very important. So Nexus project also could cost a lot, and sometimes the governmental funding is not enough. So we need to find formulas to engage private sector to fund such a project. The politics also is important. We need when it comes to privatization, when it comes to political shifts, when it comes to the governance of the sectors in the country, this impacts definitely the nexus. And environment, obviously, so we talk about not only water, energy, food, but water, energy, food, ecosystem nexus. Ecosystems are also impacted and have interlinkages with the three sectors. So impact on the ecosystem, wetlands, for example, or others, obviously with the increasing impacts of climate change. So this obviously impacts our nexus. So we need innovative concepts. We need to identify those trade-offs. which are which is needed really to implement this nexus in terms of how we allocate resources, how we do the planning at the level of decision making, how we can plan for long-term sustainable growth. In parallel, obviously, we have other commitments like the SDGs, Sustainable Development Goals of the UN. We have the Paris Agreement commitment, etc. So how can we do all these commitments in a way to solve our problems without duplicating efforts? So then I will not repeat. So all of you the different interlinkages between the three sectors at least. Though the water is required for energy is required for water, obviously for crops same. So we have many interlinkages here. Just some examples of the interlinkages. Again, I mean, if we look in details, how much water is required to generate 1 megawatt hour of electricity. So we can see, for example, if we need much more water in the nuclear, a little bit in coal and oil, and a little bit less in gas and steam combined cycle. So and the same energy is also required to produce to deliver 1 million gallons of clean water. So we see that obviously surface water and groundwater, we need much more energy if we want to treat or desalinate seawater or brackish water. The same, I mean, the future, we are talking about more and more about the green hydrogen, which probably would be the fuel of our, future cars. And we can see that we may have an issue because regardless, this example, to produce green hydrogen, we need electrolyzers. We need, for 1 kilogram of hydrogen, we need 9 liters of water of high quality. This is huge. So also we may be talking about another nexus, a green hydrogen water climate nexus. In terms of renewable energy in the nexus, so obviously some renewable energy technologies like solar photovoltaic or wind are definitely much less water intensive than conventional ones like coal or natural gas, nuclear, etc. So what does the future hold? So when it comes to water, we know all of us that we will have, already mentioned by Dr. Bassel, we will have almost 50% more of water demand by 2050. How can we, ensure water security? This is really a big challenge. In terms of energy, the same. We will need almost 45 more of energy by 2050. So obviously we need to find solutions for that. The environmental impact and the greenhouse gas emissions. So obviously with the current economy, we are emitting a lot of CO2. How can we make the trend sustainable? And food security, the same. So we will need almost 60% more by 2050 of food, and this is a really big challenge. So the Nexus is supposed to give us a solution in an integrated way, in a way that we find or we obtain security of all the sectors together, not one security on the expense of another one. Rationale for action. So we know that water is scarce in the region. It's getting even scarcer because of the climate change impact, because of the growth of population, urbanization, economic activity, etc. The trend is not sustainable, definitely. Some of the solutions that we have already, like no conventional water resources, reusing treated wastewater or desalination, but they have also some implications. In particular for desalination, we have the issue of the cost of the energy consumption, of the greenhouse gas emissions, of the brine, which could be really probably harming the marine ecosystem or the environment in general. Renewable energy, obviously we have more and more contribution of the renewable energy in the mix of energy everywhere. We have very ambitious targets everywhere in the region. So this needs to be boosted. Countries in the region are leading the innovation and the market demand for some sectors, including desalination, including renewable energies. This is good aspect. Even if we have some aspect that we need to look at, for example, the localization of the technology, because still we are importing every single component of RO or desalination plant, or even PVs or wind farms, etc. So the region would benefit from also cultivating the deserts. We have some even Nexus solutions. We can use desalination and renewable energy to produce food in a very efficient way. I will show you an example later. So already mentioned by Dr. Rabi, I will not repeat it. Obviously, we are all, showing by our fingers the silo thinking, which is still dominating in some sectors, in some countries, and which doesn't really allow to look at the whole picture. How can we manage the resources in an efficient way? How can we ensure efficiency in all the sectors, taking into consideration all the data? Also mentioned already by Dr. Rabi, the lack of communication. So obviously there is a gap between scientific people, between and policymakers. Scientists in general, I was originally a scientist, so we are more concerned about publishing papers in good journals. We are more interested to increase our H index, etc. But I think we need also some other scientists who look at this interface with policymakers. Do scientists that look also at the interface with the society. And a lot of projects, when it comes to evaluating them, they look only at at how much paper you publish and how much but you don't look much at the impact in the ground. But hopefully, for example, the PRIMA programs, we see clearly that we consider the impact, we consider the participatory approach, how if we are involving the end users, if we are involving the policymakers. So this is important, and scientists need to help on that. The lack of data, harmonized data, mentioned already by Dr. Rabi as well. So I've been working a lot in the Mediterranean countries on water information systems, and we saw clearly that in a lot of cases we have ministries that don't communicate with each other. There is no data sharing. Sometimes even the same ministry, we have two departments that are collecting data and they don't communicate with each other. So we are duplicating efforts, and even we are this is costing us more. And obviously, this is not the right way to do it. So we need to measure data once, and we can use it for multiple uses, for also not only for the planning at the national level, but also for all the reporting processes at the international level. As I said before, we have commitment vis-a-vis SDGs, we have commitment vis-a-vis Paris Agreement, we have commitment vis-a-vis regional strategies, Arab strategy or Mediterranean UFM strategy, etc. So we need to unify the reporting tools. We need to unify that so we can only have an efficient implementation of the Nexus if we could really have sort of national information systems where we share data, we have harmonized data, we are using the same standard, we are using the same kind of, even the process of collecting data should be the same. Other challenges of the implementation are related to technological challenges. So sometimes, we are using inefficient technologies. We see that in the node of new water, for example, it's very high in our countries. Sometimes it's even 40%, which is huge. We have also a lot to do in agriculture, because we have sometimes very inefficient irrigation systems, and we have a very low efficiency in irrigation. And hopefully now we have a lot of scientific inputs. For example, using remote sensing, we can really, for example, estimate evapotranspiration, etc. We can really give the right information, how much water we need for such a crop. And this is already applied in many projects around the region, and this should be improved. We have, for example, WAPOR tool promoted by FAO. We see in Lebanon is part of it, for example. And so we have solutions, scientific solutions like that. We have obviously desalination, so it's a good solution, but we need obviously to face the constraint of this technology. The SCADA system that could be used in power plants, in water plants, where we can monitor, any failure that we can, fix it immediately. So a renewable desalination using PV, using CSP, using wind, etc. is also, we have very sophisticated fiberglass pipes, etc. to help us in the project of transferring water, etc. We have also constructed wetlands, which could be a very nice solution where we can treat a certain type of wastewater, and it's called provide other services, like biodiversity, etc. I will show you some examples of the Nexus, concrete examples. For example, at the level of cities, standard city, we use more or less 6 to 18% of city energy demand. We use it to produce and treat and transport water. So if we use the Nexus, it should look like that. So we need to have distributed water and power, right mixture, right place, the right price. So we can put, on-site recycling. We can put a water treatment plants. We can put, for example, water treatment plants for the industry separately. So we can have, if we apply the Nexus, we should have this configuration. Also, another example, we know that higher technology to treat impaired water requires high energy demand. in particular desalination, for example, whether we talk about membrane desalination technologies or thermal desalination processes, we need a lot of energy, almost 45%, 50%, at least 35%. So this is huge. So how can we deal with this? Using the Nexus, obviously, during the last 20 years, the cost has been decreasing considerably. So if we compare the cost right now, or the energy consumption before talking about the cost, now is almost quarter what we use it to consume 20 years ago. Now we have some records in the UAE, in Hassian seawater desalination plants. We're talking about $0.28 per cubic meter. This is very, very, very low. So we are really doing a lot of improvements at the technological level. Obviously, the same for reuse. So we are decreasing the cost. Traditional water supply, we can even have now more cost, because obviously we are getting the groundwater is getting down. Even we need more to drill more, depth to get the fresh water. So obviously this needs more energy. So so the technology definitely can provide a solution, can help us in demonstrating the Nexus in the ground. Another example is when we have declining reservoir levels or dams levels, that's obviously reduce the hydrogenation capacity, and in many cases, because of the drought, because of climate change impact, we cannot generate enough energy or electricity from the dams. And obviously in such a situation, we need to reduce water consumption, we need to replenish reservoirs, we need to use eventually alternative energy sources that could come from wind, solar, or geothermal, or other kind of sources. Also, another example is power generation, which requires a large quantities of water. In particular for cooling, we use a lot of water for cooling in power plants. We are talking about more than 50% of global industrial water consumption is used to generate power. This is huge. If we think we have this Nexus thinking, we need to reduce water consumption per megawatt produced, and this passed by choosing the right source to use, optimize the water energy consumption in boiler, cooling, and fuel systems, and also we need to convert waste streams into value and minimize risk. Another example is energy exploration and production generates large quantities of wastewater. For example, in Oman, where I've been living for 6 years, with each barrel of oil they extract with it 9 barrels of water, which is contaminated by heavy metals. Obviously, it needs to be treated. Otherwise, if you pump it again into the aquifer, it will contaminate the groundwater. So the first producer of water in Oman is PDO, the oil company in Oman. So this is actually a real challenge for them. Obviously, we have now in the markets advanced wastewater solutions that reduce water losses and enable water reuse. So we have solutions in the market that could deal with this problem. And I mentioned earlier that in Oman in particular, they have a project of constructed wetlands where they pump almost 175,000 cubic meters per day of this produced water, which is treated daily. It doesn't treat the whole production, but at least part of it through this solution, which is an innovative solution. So when we talk about the Nexus, again, is a question of assessing the trade-offs, evaluating it. So whether we talk about energy production, primary production, industrial and urbanization, environmental services. So we have many aspects that we need really to assess the trade-offs, and probably through modeling, as explained by Dr. Bassel, we can really model every parameters, and we can really assess the trade-offs, and we can really give a nice tool to the decision makers to make him or help him to plan correctly the allocation of resources. The responses obviously require increases the recognition also of socially defined goals of water, energy, and ecosystem outcomes. So we need also to have a recognition of ecological rights. So where we shouldn't only look at the market or the economic aspects. So we need also to look at the ecological values. So obviously this should be in phase or relying with SDGs. So we are all committed to different SDGs, and this need to be taken into consideration. The increased use of reciprocity and the redistributive policy to reach global ecological goals, this is also very important. What model to use? We have obviously many tools, many Nexus models that we can use by developed by EFIA, by the ones that showed by Dr. Bassel. that's really helpful. That really could help the decision maker to take the right decision. But again, I feel that there is still a need to understand the nexus correctly. So we need to calculate the basic data to show the linkages, to identify the key problem, the risk, or also different opportunities. We also need to better govern the nexus. So even if we talk about integrated water resource management before the nexus, when we ask the decision makers in the countries in the region, they say we apply actually integrated water resource management. When you go to the ground, you don't feel that it's really applied. So the same for the nexus. I think we need really to look at the governance. So I mean the institutional framework, or we can include the legislative framework. So we need really to look at it if we really want to give a response or implement the nexus correctly. The implementation, obviously, so we need technical intervention to improve efficiency and effectiveness of the resource allocation. And obviously, this could be done through the modeling that was presented earlier. The innovation in renewable energy technology obviously helps. So in general, also, I have the feeling that Nexus initiatives in the region are water people driven. So I'm also originally water background expert. So I think that's also we need more and more involvement of energy people. Because obviously energy is an important part of the nexus. So we need also to look at the energy contribution. So here in this case, we're talking about innovation in the renewable energy. So which could be used, for example, to encourage water pumping in agriculture. Sorry. For desalination, for water treatments. Sorry. For water heating. Also, I mean, in wastewater treatment plants. So renewable energy could intervene in all those aspects to provide the energy for those sectors. Also, if we look at the renewable-based water pumping, the concrete example, so we have a technical proven and cost-effective options. So for the farmers, for the local and national level. I don't want to get into detail, but I need to mention that in sometimes it's give a reverse effect. I mean that sometimes when we encourage using renewables for water pumping and we give facilities to the farmers, they used to over-exploit, over-pump water. So obviously this on the expense of the aquifer. So we need also to be careful and that it doesn't affect, the groundwater. Again, renewable energy in the nexus, so also in the food supply chain, obviously renewable energy could intervene in the whole value chain from primary production to the preparation and cooking and retail. So the intervention of renewables is becoming more and more demanded, in particular because we are looking all toward decarbonization of all the sectors, including agriculture sector. The energy saving potential. So obviously we have a big potential of saving energy and the different water processes and drinking water, for example, supply. So I give you here some example published by Eurostat, where we have a volume of drinking water supply, how much energy is required to produce this amount of water, and how much is the energy share and the share of electricity. So there is really a big margin where we can really save a lot of energy. I also witnessed many projects in the region where we developed very interesting tools in a way to optimize the use of water and energy, in a way also that we use energy, for example, sometime at night or during the weekend, where we have less cost of electricity. So we optimize, in the use and in the cost. So hopefully we have more and more tools that could be really useful for the end user, for the policymakers, in a way to save or improve the efficiency of the water and energy and food in this nexus. This is coming from the Energy Department, the US. When it comes to desalination solutions, especially in California, they have a problem of water scarcity. Obviously, they try to see the whole picture, the water sources they have.
Dr. Jaouad, sorry to interrupt. Can you zoom in a bit, because it's not easy to read. Just to zoom in. I don't know if you can do it from.
I'm really sorry if you cannot. I mean, this is the maximum.
Is there any zoom there in yours to zoom in a bit? No.
I will check. No, now it's, well, I can zoom parts of it. So here I show.
No, all the slide, no, you cannot.
Unfortunately not. I mean, this is what I have.
Okay.
I'm sorry for that, but anyway, I will share my presentation with you so you can share it.
Don't worry. Don't worry. Go ahead. Sorry to interrupt.
So they analyze from the intake whether it comes to wastewater at municipal level or industrial level, or the brackish water with different salinity, and they look at different options for desalination technology. So we are nanofiltration, electrodialysis, CDI, MSF, MED, etc. And they try to see, I mean, how much recovery we can get and how much energy consumption, and also not only obviously about the feed water, but also the brine. I mean, how much energy we need to to dispose the brine, and finally it's give you for the end user the right information. I mean, how much consumption of energy, I mean, would be done using I mean such water. So this sorry, this was done by the Energy Department of the US, and also they try to see to encourage the innovation in the sector, to look also at the desalination technology, especially in RO, which is dominating the market right now, and see how far we can go in energy efficiency. So we are talking now about 3.5 kilowatt hour per cubic meter, but again, there is margin to improve to get closer to the thermodynamic limit, which is around 1.05 kilowatt hour per cubic meter. So we have still margin to improve in that. So innovation and scientific inputs are required to really improve the energy efficiency in this RO process. Here I can show you the figures of right now. So we were talking about 3.5 kilowatt hour per cubic meter, and now we are already reaching 2.9 kilowatt hour per cubic meter in RO, and this is supposedly is going to improve slightly in the next years. I'm expecting to reach to get closer to 2 kilowatt hour per cubic meter, which is very low, and this obviously will impact on the price, on the cost. So do we have innovation or scientific deficits? Obviously, as we say in Arabic, الحاجة أم الاختراع. Without water stress, without food shortage, without energy shortage, institutions or universities or technologies evolve slowly. In the absence of regulatory pressure and public funding, change is not necessarily as fast as we desire. Disruption by new technology is slow due to large sunk costs in existing systems. So sometimes, I mean, obviously, private sector also look for sectors where they have much more profits. So we have much more private sector in the oil industry, in steel industry, in the textile industry, but probably less in the water sector, because the profit is sometimes is much less than other sectors. And also we have very strict regulations. So this is sometimes, I mean, challenging. We have still in the region some very nice project where we can see a very nice Nexus project where we can use, in this case, for example, coming from Mazda and UAE, they are developing many greenhouses where they can use desalination for brackish water using solar energy, and they produce crops in a very efficient way. Obviously, we have so many pilots now in the Gulf, in Morocco, in Tunisia, in Egypt, but probably we need to upscale such technologies. I mean, the thing that I remember a few weeks ago when PRIMA launched the prize of the Nexus project, actually they got really few number of projects that we can call them really Nexus projects. And but obviously among those few, they were excellent projects like Hydrosa and others which won the award. So I think that we need to promote the upscaling of the technology, and scientists are encouraged to do that, because without the input of scientists, we cannot reach such innovative solutions. So when we look at the decision-making tools with a Nexus perspective, we talked about the traditional silo policy making. So we need to go through probably a transition phase, which consists on preliminary assessment of the Nexus impact on policies. So how much the policies impact, I mean, how much the Nexus could impact the policies, and then we see if we can have fully integrated assessment of the Nexus impact of policies. This is very, very important. So there is no doubt that tools can help, like the different modeling tools can help in achieving more integrated decision making. The current tools are different in terms of comprehensiveness, input and outputs. We have different inputs sometimes, different outputs. Need to adequately consider decision making into time frames. It's very important. So we have sometimes the decision making process have also their engagement, their commitment. They have vision by 2030, 2040. We need also to look at that. And then, as I said, so we need to start from preliminary assessment tools and then we can then see if we can have fully integrated assessments. Some key consideration. So the energy system level analysis on water and food is a must and is necessary, but with practical with practical output or inputs that can inform really decision making. So decision making can have really practical inputs, because decision makers, they don't have time to look into what is the model, what are the inputs. So he needs to look at the final, the outcomes. How can this help him saving money, saving, resources? Integrating water land constraint into existing energy model is also important. Sometimes we have very nice models, but it falls to translate the right picture. Maybe sometimes they are very successful at big scale, but not necessarily at small scale, or vice versa. Breaking down ministerial barriers to truly tap into the win-win opportunities. So this is also a very interesting point where we can find opportunities. We share risk and we have a win-win situation. Data already highlighted by my colleagues. And obviously, as I said, we cannot manage something that we cannot measure. So we need to have the right data. We need to also have a clarity on technologies and cost. So this is important, because again, what is really important for decision makers is the cost. How much we will help him to save money in his planning. Limitations and for analysis and tools, we have still obviously limitations, which is related to data availability. Sometimes we have data but are not accessible. Some people or some department don't want to share data. The comparability, we fail to compare or to do benchmarking. Sometimes the level of scale. Sometimes we have solutions for for small scale. When it comes to upscaling the technology, we fail to do it. And the resources, obviously, human or time or financial resources in particular. And finally, in this impact may be more local than energy sector decision making. So in particular, for example, water for agriculture. So that's why it's very important to improve the governance of the three sectors, and improve the dialogue and the interconnection between the decision maker of the three sectors. Sometimes we have high level commission or interministerial commission that could really help on that, on really emphasizing the importance of Nexus and how to implement it. From science to policy. So as I said before, science and academicians need to communicate with decision makers. So otherwise, if you stay in the lab, you publish your papers, you are happy with your H-index. I mean, this is not enough. Maybe some people are okay with that. But from other side, we need some scientists that could also look at other aspects of impact on decision making, how they can influence or change policies, how can they change the society. And obviously, also on the other hand, I know that sometimes scientists need or want to share data, need to share input with the decision makers, and sometimes they have the doors closed, because probably sometimes decision makers don't trust on the scientists. They say maybe the scientists in our region are not competitive enough, so they prefer someone coming from Europe or from the US. And unfortunately, and sometimes also obviously it's related to a political will, where we can really engage in a participatory approach and we engage everyone in a dialogue. Decision makers like numbers, as I said before. They like to see numbers. And so scientists need to be quantitative and qualitative. They need to show numbers, how their model would change, would impact on the economic aspect, obviously also on the social aspect and the environmental aspect. So this could really help policymakers to enforce or to use their models. Also, they need to be also simplified. Obviously, very complicated models that need a lot of data, which you are sure that you are not get all the data. It will be a useless effort. So we need really to have a simplified tool that could really get a minimum of data, and we can get a minimum of outcomes that could be really helpful. Both stakeholders need to be evidence-based, create synergies for data generation and sharing. We need to build on current structure and scenarios. Sometimes it's not needed, as some people think that we need to have a new ministry or new agencies. So it's not a matter of creating new agency or new, it's more about more coordination, more dialogue. Governance solution must be country specific. Obviously, we cannot also apply the same model here and there. We have different kind of governances. If even, for example, we consider the water sector. In Morocco, they have, before Secretary of Water under the Ministry of Energy, Minerals, Environment, etc. In Tunisia, we have Ministry of Agriculture. In Lebanon, we have Ministry of Water and Electricity. So we have different kind of governances, different kind of players. And we need to obviously to apply the right model according to the specificities of each country. Financial aspect is very important. So when it comes to project, you know, we are talking about more than $100 million, like the desalination project or big wastewater treatment plants. We need financial means, and municipalities or governments sometimes, or in general, they don't have enough funds to fund such a project. So in general, relying on PPP, public-private partnership, is a very important tool. We have very good success stories in the region. In Morocco, for example, in Agadir desal plants, or in Jordan, Kharbet al-Samra wastewater treatment plants, which are a very nice model of PPP, which really gave the financing of such a project, where we can see also the nexus, because in the case for Agadir, so we have desalination plants producing almost in the last phase, which will be producing 450,000 cubic meters per day. Half of it will be for agriculture. And the Farmers Association, the banks, government are engaged in this project, and indirectly it is fed by the grid, which is powered by Noor CSP plants in Ouarzazate in the south of Morocco. And Kharbet al-Samra, also a very nice example, where we have a plant which treats wastewater and create its own energy, and it's the whole treated wastewater is used for agriculture. Capacity building is important. So this activity today, I think, is very important, because we talk a lot about the concepts, a lot about what is Nexus, but we have less training, capacity building, where we can train people how they can really use the Nexus, how can this Nexus could be materialized or concretized in the ground. So we need multi-pronged approach in this, whether it comes to the demand side management or the supply side management, whether it comes to water or food or ecosystem or energy. So we need to really look at both sides, reinforcing institutions to support a move towards more efficient resource use, to support policies that make a rationalized demand for water and energy services, support investment and efficiency improvements. The supply side, we need to introduce scale-up technology, as I said before, whether it comes to destination technologies or reuse technologies, support innovations. We are talking about green hydrogen now. We need to really consider that. Support innovation in concentrate management, the brine, which is an issue for desalination, and also supporting water quality protection, storage capacity, including aquifer recharge, etc. Some remarks I can resume quickly. The approach of the Nexus integrates or need to integrate management and governance, so across sectors. So this is important. Also, we need to support the transition to green economy. So all the countries are committed to decarbonization targets by 2050 or 2040, and we need to move to a green economy. So this needs to be in phase with it. Otherwise, the Nexus will die as a concept. So we need really to also associate it to the current commitments, which have really strong commitments from the governments. We need also to look at other things like resource use efficiency and greater policy coherence. So we have a lot of national strategies on water, energy, on food, etc. We need maybe in such a moment to have coherent policies gathering all these sectors. Innovative and affordable local actions is important, because sometimes the right way to do it, like I think PRIMA Foundation or many other players in the region, GIZ or the League of Arab States, UNESCO, GWEFE-MED, MWES, Casa Remena, or Dutch Embassy in many countries in the region, they are encouraging pilot project, because without having concrete project where we can show the benefits of such Nexus project, we cannot really convince the policymakers to adopt it. So hopefully, and fortunately, we have many now projects in the region. We can really show the decision makers this project and their inputs, like Hydrosa project, Minaret, Regend, many other projects in the region that really could be considered success stories and the nice ambassadors of the Nexus approach. Integrating desalination with renewables, this is a reality. We have many now projects. We need just to upscale. We have the biggest plant now powered by renewables in the region in Saudi Arabia, Al-Khafji plant with 60,000 cubic meters per day. But we need more and more plants in the with this type. There are some good examples, as I said before, on the adoption of innovative solution within the countries. We have Sahara Wind Power Project in Morocco. We can mention the Kharbet al-Samra plant, as I said before, in Jordan, solar desalination in Morocco, in Tunisia. So we have some examples that really are worth to mention in this area and show the potential and benefits to be unlocked if technology and innovation are fully harnessed within this WEFE Nexus. From science to policy process, the current Nexus project in the region are few, very interesting projects. So we need to encourage more and more projects in the region. I think that's I'm not trying to throw flowers on PRIMA, but I think the fact that the they put one specific pool of project or proposal on the Nexus, I mean, it's a very nice initiative. So this, I think, definitely will encourage to having more and more Nexus project in the region. This project should contribute to inform and reform public policy in terms of, incentives and economic benefits, scale of investment in Nexus, the new knowledge for sustainability. So this is very important and could help us in bridging the gap of science and policy. The Nexus will facilitate a better integration of scientific data and policy consideration, definitely, and political commitment and scientific backing are key in this area. Final recommendations. So we need to encourage collaborative and focused applied R&D on the Nexus by forming regional research teams, alliances to promote innovative technology transfer. This is happening with Horizon 2020 project, with PRIMA project, with other projects in the region. Scale up, replicate, fund ongoing projects that are related to the Nexus, including integrated seawater energy and agriculture system, renewable energy for wastewater treatment plants, solar desalination, etc. Support and provide incentives, encourage for strategic partnership, cooperation between research centers and private sector. This is happening, for example, in Morocco, between OCP and the University of Mohammed VI. We have many examples in the region. Build capacity for policymakers and institutionalize regional knowledge management systems to share the best practices of the Nexus. This, I think, already done by many initiatives, many players like GIZ, like PRIMA. The Nexus is not a mystery, not a solution neither. Improved coordination across sectors of the equation is important, but action lies in detailed intelligence of support to support decision making. So this is very important. So I hope that I could cover, all the aspects of science to policy in the Nexus. I will be happy to respond to any question. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very, very much, Jaouad. You gave us a lot of very, very good information. We learn a lot. I think even all the persons I see in the chat that they appreciated all the presentation, Rabi, Bassel, and you. And I believe that you deserve to thank you very much, because we have a lot of information. Thank you so much. Let me maybe say something about how to move to the policies. I think you already say clearly in your presentation that we need to have evidence in the Mediterranean and the region, because if we have some evidence and the policymakers are there and involved, maybe this will facilitate the transition from the science to policies. And that's why in PRIMA we are struggling to have implementation on the ground. And we are moving from area in 19 for 2021 and maybe next year to an innovation action. So we are pushing to the implementation. We understand it's not easy. So the implementation and the evidence on the ground will be the main important, I think, challenge for us, and will for sure engage the policymakers to revise their man, and they will maybe appreciate to have something in the ground, because without any evidence, it will be very, very difficult to convince the policymakers. You said we will have a lot of publication, we have a lot of results, but to convince the policymakers, it's not easy. So the best is to have the evidence on the ground. To have the evidence, we need the implementation of the Nexus with the participation of all the stakeholders. The public-private partnership is very, very important if we would like to move to the implementation and would like to change also the policy making this decision. Thank you so much, Jaouad. Now I would like to go to the questions. If there is any maybe important question before going to the slide. Maybe we have a lot of questions. Sorry, because it's not easy to reply to all the questions. But let me maybe see together, Rabia, Bassel, and Jaouad, if you see any important question, so we have time to answer. So I will let you select the question, and now we will move to the slide just to change a bit, and we will come back to the question later on. So I'll ask Wahid to we'll go to the slide, And Rabia, Bassel, please, and also, of course, if you have any to select some important questions, please.
Someone asked about, I don't know if it was for me, someone asked about the use of remote sensing in the modeling. So obviously, when it comes to water energy food nexus, in particular the agriculture components, remote sensing could be very interesting because it can provide the data like evapotranspiration, which is an important parameter when it comes to assess the water use efficiency or the water productivity in agriculture. So definitely, yes, I mean, the inputs from remote sensing could be very useful in the modeling. Depends obviously on the existing models. I'm sure in FEAO model, it is used. Maybe Dr. Bassel can say more detail about the model that he presented, but I'm sure that in the FEAO model, they integrate inputs from the remote sensing.
Based on just a follow-up on Dr. ElKharraz's comment and going into the question, my dear friend and colleague, Mohammed Wassar, mentioned about the same issue about application of the different Nexus models to different countries. The answer is yes. All of these models can be applied to to countries. And in fact, the Nexus tool has been applied to more than 20 countries in all of the regions, not only in the Middle East, but globally. The secret or the key is to follow the protocol. I think the demo, which is on the website, focusing on Qatar, but the template that Bassel mentioned is generic and applies anywhere, and the tool can be modified to be applied to any other country. Building on what Dr. ElKharraz mentioned, I'd like to mention one thing that is a recurrence. We need to have a better communication with policymakers and decision makers about what the Nexus is all about and provide incentives for people to be on board. I think this issue cannot be underestimated. The incentives, why policymakers need to be on board. We have limited resources, human capital, and time to apply all of our resources towards the sustainable development goals. The Nexus can be the solution where we optimize our resources input to really maximize our achievement of the sustainable development goals. I think this is a key. We can still talk about within our science community, but since just what Ali and I spoke earlier about how can we engage, can implement some of these, policymakers need to be on board about the utility. And as Jaouad mentioned, this is not a magic. This is a process-based approach to achieve a holistic platform towards implementation of sustainable development goals. We need to have that upfront, that we can support, we can help. The Nexus can support and can help the implementation of this very complex system of primary resources.
As per the question, I see in the Slido, distributed governance of the Nexus works better than centralized, coordinated governance. So I see that 95%, voted for, true, which reflects that, I think all the audience, preferred to have a distributed governance, which also reflects a sort of, participatory approach, because when we talk about centralized governance, which means that we need to come to the how to say to the ministry or to decision makers, and then the can involve other or no. In the case of distributed governance, it works much better in general because we we involve the end users, we involve the scientists, we involve civil society, etc., and we have better inputs and obviously better results and better outcomes when it comes to implementing the Nexus. Or not, it doesn't apply only to the Nexus. It applies to the integrated water resource management. It applies to other frameworks like that.
Okay, let's go to the second question. Modeling framework are the major bottleneck for implementing the Nexus in the MENA region. So, Rabi, you can moderate, no problem, because this is it's
I mean, yeah, yes and no. I mean, I did talk about a lot of bottlenecks. Modeling is one of them, but there are so many governance, financing, capacity building, technologies that also are bottlenecks. So modeling and data is one of many bottlenecks that needs to be facilitated. So I think, so both of you are correct. If you say it's true, yes, it is true, but it's not the only one. So those who says false, maybe they had a bigger spectrum of answers. So both of you are accurate because there are so many bottlenecks I spoke about in my presentation.
Okay, second question. The distributed governance of the Nexus works better than the centralized coordinated governance.
We already commented this.
Yes, I think we already commented this. Capacity building is not important in the Nexus discussion. You know, this is easy question. For sure, I think we need capacity building. It's very, very important in the Nexus discussion.
Some people are not convinced.
Very well. 14%. But the majority, I think, 90%, they said that is false, which is why are water, energy, food, and ecosystem presented in an integrated manner in the WEFE Nexus? So we have different answers. All of the above, or the contribution to achieve the SDGs, enhance efficiency and good governance of natural resources, policy measure and technical measure could be proposed, reducing the efficiency and good governance of the natural resources, and the sectorial tensions. I think all of the questions, and the majority, I think 87%, you're right. So, okay. Second one. Okay. The intercropped corn, soybean in white. I think this is your question, Jaouad.
No, it's not mine. But
yeah, it's not relevant probably to.
No,
not mine either.
I think Wahid is not. No, it's not on this session. Basically, it's not on this session. Maybe you jumped.
Yeah, this is North American question. It's not the Mediterranean question.
Yes. Wahid, I think you jumped the questions because we are basically in the session 2. We are in the session 2. Okay, let's. I think before closing the session, there is a question on the scaling up. And I think as a question, the scaling up and the assessment of Nexus decision system model at commercial level is very important issue. How to ensure the profitability of the implementation of Nexus model by the private sector? I think this is a good question. If we like to scale up the Nexus decision support system model. I don't know if Rabi or Jaouad or Bassel, you like to answer this question?
I'll start. There are two issues in the question that maybe I would like to separate. One is the scale up, and the other one is the private sector. So these are two dimensions. Nexus is not a linear. So the scale up is not necessarily a linear process. So it's not an easy thing without looking into modeling and without looking into issues of scale. It's not easy to say, if you do this practice collectively at smaller scale, it will be a linear process towards the larger regional and national. I think this is not a simple answer. It needs to be studied because of the interactions, because of the non-linearity in the system. So scale up is a big issue that needs to be elaborated on. And my simple word is that this is a complex problem and is a non-linear. So you cannot predict the scalability that easy. The other is the private sector. As Ali mentioned earlier, many of us have mentioned that in the presentation. It's very important to engage the private sector. They have a role to play, and they need to have a role to play. I go back to the three major elements in the Nexus. One, policy is owned by the private sector. Many of the technologies is owned by the private sector, but the behavior actions that we have to look into behavioral changes and the way we deal with the production and consumption of these primary resources is a behavioral issue at the private. So there is an interaction of all of these stakeholders. Jaouad, Bassel, please.
Yeah, thank you very much. Go ahead.
Go ahead, Jaouad.
Okay, thank you very much. I fully agree with Dr. Rabi. I mean, definitely we are talking about two things indeed. In terms of scale up, obviously, this is an issue for all the scientists because at the lab level, we develop many technologies. For example, if I go with an example, we know that membrane distillation technology is one of the one of the desalination promising technology, but at the lab scale, it's successful. We have a lot of papers published, but when it comes to scaling up this technology, it's facing a lot of issues because it's not easy really it takes years, and we have many challenges to scale it up. So sometimes it's not a question of we can have a very interesting technology at the lab level, but when it comes to scale up the technology and take it to big scale, it's failed. So this is an issue obviously of encouraging innovation, encouraging also. I remember 2 years ago when I was in Medrek in Oman, we launched an initiative or a fund to fund any research team that could develop desalination units with 120 liters per day production, and that could be it has certain criteria of excellence. So this kind of initiative is interesting to encourage innovation in the sector and encouraging scaling up. We start with the pilots. If it is successful, we see if we can go upper. In the private sector, obviously we involve them. In different ways. So obviously the PPP that I mentioned, public-private partnership mechanism, is an important tool that could be applied to big scale, but also to small scale, where we can show the private sector that there is a win-win situation. We can share risk. So this comes from decision maker. They need to give incentives. They need to promote this partnership and show the private sector. They need to give them incentive. For example, you can remove taxes, or they can give them some help to really penetrate the market and get encourage them to go ahead. Otherwise, obviously, without government incentives, without also flexible regulation, it will make difficult for the private sector to go into this area. I hope I responded to the question.
Just very briefly, a follow-up on the private sector comment. I think it is very important that the private sector players are engaged in the first of all as the stakeholder identification process as we address and develop these analytics, and to make sure that we include metrics that are of interest to private sector stakeholders as we develop those trade-offs, and to try to make a case for a business case for the private sector, as well as the long-term sustainability for the resource systems and the scenarios that we're evaluating.
Thank you so much. Let me go to there is a comment, and I think I like this comment, and also we at the end of the comment he asks the question. So he said that the magic power of the Nexus is the implementation, not the conceptual level. The conceptual level is not easy, but it's possible. He said by his experience, most Nexus projects face the real challenge to put the Nexus in power and effectively convince the leaders in the silo to cooperate, etc. Should therefore not more emphasis be put into negotiation and liaison management? And is it possible to get the funding for this overhead? I don't know if you would like to answer this question. So go ahead,
One thing we learned from one of the case studies we worked on here in Texas was that despite stakeholders' knowledge of the need to cooperate and their understanding of how interconnected and competing different sectors are as they grow, that there were little mechanisms for cooperation that existed across the different sectors. So it is important that I mean, going on the building on the comment on the challenges is with the implementation. Sometimes it's not only the technical solution or the modeling that drives the implementation of the Nexus, but more looking at bottlenecks at the institutional level. So even when people do have the capacity and are informed of the need to cooperate, they often do not have the legal institutional mechanisms that allow them to do that. So this is very important as well.
Thank you so much. Rabi or Jaouad, if you'd like to comment on this.
I agree with Bassel. In addition, I mean, I agree first with the comment that implementation is very important. So there are, yes, we do conceptualization and we do the modeling and the trade-offs and we do the roadmap. That's an academic exercise that is a first step, and implementation is a big challenge. But let's separate implementation into its factors. It could be funding, as mentioned by the question, that needs to be provided. But it also could be capacity building in terms of the ability of the institutional capacity building to actually pursue. It could also be mandates. Let's face it, our management structure of these primary resources is still in silo. So if you've got let's just, as an example that Jaouad mentioned, if you look into a solar desalination for agriculture, it's a nexus, a classical nexus example. Who owns it? Is it the Ministry of Water? Is it the Ministry of Agriculture? Is it the Ministry of Energy? Because it does touch on all of these. So we don't have good structure for ownership at the moment for these complex systems. And I think that's an implementation issue, especially with many of the Mediterranean region are very classical in terms of the way they look at structures. We are governed by mandates and by job descriptions and who's doing what. So that's something that needs to be discussed, the governance of these multidisciplinary large project that cut across the traditional boundaries. Those are issues that are part of the implementation challenges. But I think we are still at the beginning of these discussions. And I wonder, I was going to ask Ali earlier, how many of the 218 today, maybe this morning it was close to 300, how many of them were policymakers versus colleagues that are in the science? I would suspect that many of those are in the colleagues in the science community. And we don't have a good member representation from those who are making decisions. We need to reach out to them. They need to be in this discussion.
I just wanted to add, I mean, I fully agree with Dr. Rabi and Dr. Bassel. Implementation definitely is important. Another aspect is more important probably is sustainability, because you can implement a Nexus project for 2, 3 years, 4 years, and then the project closed up and the funding is end, and there is nothing that happened later on. So obviously we need to work on the institutional and the regulatory framework in the countries, so in a way that we give the right environment for Nexus project. But at the same time also we need to encourage sustainability aspect in the in the Nexus project. Probably it could be also added in the evaluation of PRIMA Nexus project, where we can assess the sustainability, which means that for example, I can give you an example. I mean, not to just throw flowers on UNESCO, but they have a very interesting project called Regent about using small-scale renewable technologies for in rural areas. For example, for water pumping, they can use some renewable energy solutions, and they do some capacity for the women in the rural areas, and so they also train them how to bring incomes through using this, which kind of crops they can cultivate, etc. So in a way that after the project it ends, at least they can ensure that those women, these people in the environmental areas, rural areas, they can still continue with with incomes, and they can still find their way to continue, implementing the Nexus in the ground. So I think the sustainability also needs to be considered together with implementation.
Yes, yeah, you are right. As you know, we have a lot of projects in the Mediterranean, but after the closure of the project, maybe the pilot remains pilot, and there is no upscanning, there is nothing on the ground. I think that we should think about the implementation, but also on the sustainability, how we can sustain the funded projects. And we are thinking on the community of practices in PRIMA. So maybe one of the measures that we will take is the community of practices will take care with this Nexus solution implemented, and in order to sustain the solution. And you're right, absolutely right, for the sustainability. Thank you so much. I think we are on time, but maybe let me do the last question, because there's a question to Dr. Rabi and Dr. Jaouad for the Desertec. Just he said that the Desertec failed due to the political issues since 2013. But the question here, can you speak more on why did the project fail? Just if you have any information regarding the failure of the Desertec.
Let me qualify why I brought up the Desertec. I'm not promoting Desertec. I use it as a way for regional integration. But let me share, I'm not a politician, nor I want to get into the politics. The reason it was failed because of politics, but let me also share with you something that's very important. If I'm not afraid of negotiating anything, because I'm strong, I can negotiate, I can defend my rights. When I close the door towards speaking to others, it's a sign of weakness. And I think I would like us to be strong enough to negotiate and to protect our land, to protect our primary resources based on our strength, based on negotiation, based on science. It did fail because of weakness from our side, I would say, our inability to have the inner strength to negotiate these complex issues. So the easiest thing to say, no, I don't want to do it. I would encourage all of us to use our decisions based on science and not based on fear of a different type of colonization. This is an opportunity that we can really have a eye-to-eye discussion, inclusive, and say, you know what, this is what I demand, this is what I would like for my land tenure to be used for energy, and let's discuss and let's negotiate. It's about politics. It has nothing to do with the it's about politics and fear. Has nothing to do with the science and the governance of the issue. But Jaouad knows more about this, and I'd like maybe
no,
Jaouad
you said it's all, Dr. Rabi. I have nothing to add. Thank you. Thanks a lot.
Okay, thank you so much. There's other question, but I think it's not possible to reply to all the questions. I would like to thank you again for our experts for the time, because we have a lot of information, very rich information, and for sure we will share with the participants your presentation, but please share it with us, and thus we will share it with the participant during the last day of the training. I would like to thank all the participants, but please, for tomorrow, you should be at 10 a.m. Central European time. So please keep your participation, because as Octavi said this morning, and as also Omar reminded, that we will deliver certificates for only those who attended the 3 days. I understand that it's not easy, because 6 hours per day, which is too much, mainly for those who are working or doing something, other commitment. But yeah, I'm so sorry. Maybe for the next time, we will have only 3 or 4 hours during maybe the whole week. So please stay connected, stay with us during the 3 days. So tomorrow we will start at 10, and we have another thing we will speak about the model museum to be given by the University of Autonomous of Barcelona. In the afternoon, we have an example of operationalization of the Nexus in Egypt. So I think it will be very, very good for you. So please, we have also the afternoon. but also the last day, during the last day, we have some examples of funded the projects either by PRIMA or by H2020. And then we will finish by how to write a successful Nexus proposal. I think we will give you some tips and tricks, and according to my experience in PRIMA, and also we have other colleagues, so we will maybe share with you how we can write a successful proposal, because we see that sometimes it's too difficult for the participant to write a Nexus proposal. They are more technological or they are more in the other issues. So we will give you during the last day, the last afternoon, how we can write a successful proposal. It's 6 p.m. Thank you again. I don't see Omar, you are here? Yes. Omar, if you like to say something before closing.
Yes, Ali, thank you very much for giving me the floor. Well, unfortunately, I did not have the chance to welcome our guests, Professors Jaouad, Rabi, and Bassel, but I'm lucky that I can thank them at the end for their real valuable contribution and the valuable information they have shared with us. I mean, every time they talk, there is something new to learn from them. So thanks for being with us. Thanks for sharing this information. And without any further delay, I will just close this session for today. I know everybody is tired, and then we'll meet tomorrow at 10 a.m. Sharp. So I hope that all participants will be with us tomorrow. And thanks again for our colleagues, Professors Jaouad, Rabi, and Bassel. Have a good
Thank you very much.
See you.
Thank you
very much.
Thank you so
It's
much.
been a pleasure.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
See you. Bye-bye.